Boom. 1 of 2 is up and running. Okay, seems like both platforms are up. I just got notified that Twitch is up, so Twitch should be up and running. Let's see, there's vid. Hold up. Are we live? Is it moving? Can you get it? Do we have audio? Are we good? Are we live? Do we make it happen? Let's go. Vadis in the building. What's up, Vad? Okay, it's freaking working. Jesus Christ. I hate technology. I wish, as much as I've moved towards like analog stuff in the studio, I got old synths, I got an old console coming in, I got old gear. Like I as much as I love, as much as technology can be fun sometimes, I wish, wait, you can't hear me? Wait, did you talk? I can't hear you now. Don't tell me, wait, no, you can hear it, Libby? Okay, what? make sure you got your volume up, Slasher. Make sure you got your screen on. Make sure everything's working. Make sure everything's working. I wish there was like an analog way to stream, like you know what I mean, like I guess live shows or something. I wish there was a way that I didn't have to do all this like analog. Just I don't know, send ravens to tell you what your to tell you what needs to happen in your song or something. There's a huge lag, but I think that was on my end. Okay, we're up and running, y'all. We're up and running. Jesus Christ. Let's get into it. What is your favorite synth? My favorite synth that I own is this one right here, to Juno 106. I love that synth with all my heart. I think that thing is fantastic. It sounds amazing. I'm obsessed with it. I absolutely love it. It's unfortunately not plugged in right now, just because I'm redoing a bunch of stuff in here, but hopefully over the next week or two, I'll get it back up and running. But I love the Juno. The Juno is such a monster of a synth. It sounds fantastic. Next would probably be the one right under it, which is a DX7. Both of those two synths for me, I love what they do. I love the way that they sound. Everything about it, just fantastic. All right, let me just update the line. Let me get everything organized right here, and then we will dive in. All right, let's see. It's so hot oh yeah, Derek, you were just in Dallas, right? You were just in Dallas. I'm telling you, Derek, when people are like, people that are in like New England or something like that, they're in Wisconsin or something, and they're like, dude, it's been so hot today. I'll be like, how hot was it? And they're like, dude, it's like 86. It's like 86 and whatever, and it's like dry 86 too. I'm like, don't even talk to me. It is 102 here and 85% humidity. Yeah, Carter, I'm telling you, you're like, even Georgia, I'm telling you, man. And Georgia, I've been to Georgia a couple times. It does get hot and it gets very humid there too. But man, Texas is something else. I'm telling you. Okay, let me update here. I'm going to refresh and then we're going to dive in, y'all. We're not messing around anymore. All the lives are up and running. On all the different platforms. Okay, All the Living and the Dead, I got you. Got to get you a new version. Once lost, you got to put yourself in the free line. Right? You submitted yesterday, right? That's insane, Spies. That's just ridiculous. That's just stupid. You should never have to live through that. Towards winning in Texas, and it was the only place hotter I've ever been. Yeah, Carter, it's a nightmare. Get me out of here. It's a nightmare here. Okay, All the Living the Dead, I got you. All the Living the Dead. I got 2 from you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the double. Police Siren, I got you. Melrose, I got you. Tonefields, I got you. Zepturo, I got you. Duchess, I got you. All right, all of y'all are in the line. You're ready to go. So let me just double check a few things here really quick. That's nuts, dude. Derek Bennett right above you. Derek Bennett was just in Dallas too. He's saying the same thing. He was golfing. He was golfing up there too. It's like, man, goodness gracious. Yeah, I got you, Whispering Saints. I got you. Yeah, you're in the free line again. Okay, so let me just get the right ones in line. So Mason, I got you, and I think Mason, you submitted 10 the other day, right? If you're in line, or if you're here in the chat, just let me know really quick so I can confirm it and I can push it forward. Sean, if you are submitting in the free line, you got to resubmit each live. I got you. All right, so Mason, you got 15 now. I got you that extra 5 on the boost as well. Okay, I got you. Boom, you're up in line, ready to go. Let me just double check everyone else here really quick. And then, goodness gracious, we will actually finally listen to some music. Let's go. Oh my God. All right, spent all this time figuring all this stuff out. It's fun. All right. Decently glitchy today in general. I would literally, while I had Twitch up, I was on the outside of a couple lives on Twitch just while I was trying to find mine on there, or go like reference mine on there, and all of them were glitching and all of them were loading. So, who knows? Got you once lost. Got you. Boom. I see you. All right, you're up. You're ready to go. I got you with a boost as well. Appreciate you so much, man. Appreciate you so much. You still submit songs we've not finished? Absolutely. Most people do. A good chunk of people will submit stuff they finish and they're doing their thing. But a lot of people send in unreleased stuff, works in progress, early demos, just because they want to get feedback before they finish it. Like before they start mixing it or send it to an engineer or go to a studio, they want to make sure songwriting structure's good, production structure's good, all that good stuff. All right, y'all, we are officially ready to go. Oh my God. It took us an hour to get going. 45 minutes to get going, but we're good. All the platforms are up and running. I don't know what's wrong with Twitch. I've been updating everything, and hopefully just from here on out, hopefully it all works, man. Hopefully it all works. But thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for being here. I can settle my ADHD mind for just a moment here and just say hello. Hello, and welcome to the stream. I'm glad y'all are here. One eternity later, right? Like a few moments later. Thank y'all for joining the stream. Thank y'all for hanging out with me. Thank you for sending in your music, for being here and networking and collaborating and all that fun stuff. I feel like it's an amazing space. I love the space. I love this community. Y'all are just awesome and incredibly generous with your time, your energy, your resource. So thank y'all for being here. Thanks for spending any amount of time joining the stream and hanging out for a bit. So if you have never been here before, let me explain the structure of the stream and what we're doing. Okay, there are two lanes that you can submit to. One is a free line, as many of y'all have already submitted to. I think we already have like 20 something people in the free line already. There is a free line. That free line is up to 2-minute listen of your song and a quick note. Once again, free line, up to 2 minutes of your song and a quick note. Then there is the consultation side. The consultation side are paid submissions. Those start at 10. Those are 20 to 30 minute multiple listen, long form consultations. We go through your song 2 or 3 different times, diving into the details of your music. Joseph with the Galaxy, and we're pausing for that. Joseph, thank you for the galaxy, man. Thank you for the love, man. I appreciate that so much. Jesse, good to see you. Time, good to see you as well. I appreciate you tapping in. Thanks for being here. Correction again. Consultation side, those are 20 to 30 minutes. They're multiple listen. They're deep dives, right? Those are not quick reviews. There's no trash or pass. There's no ratings. There's no polls. Those are a long form detailed analysis of your mix and master, production elements, sound design choices, lyric and song formatting, so on and so on. The goal is to offer some professional, long-form, specific, and actionable feedback, in regards to the structure of your music, what you're doing both creatively and practically within the structure. I'm not here to roast you. I'm not here to trash you. I'm not here to tear you down. I'm not here to hype you up. I'm not here to give you exposure. The goal of this live stream is just to really get into the details and the nuances of your music and hopefully offer you some tools that are helpful to you. If you would like to submit, I'll go over that here in a second, but really quickly, for those of you who do not know, love you, Joseph. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you a lot. I'm so glad. Thank you for helping me out with the Purple app as well. I appreciate it, man. For those of you who don't know who I am, my name is Torvik. I'm a full-time audio engineer, producer, and session musician. That is what I do for a living. I've done that for 14 plus years. I'm also a classically trained pianist. So a lot of the structure of the live stream, the perspective of the live stream is pointed in that direction. It's from that perspective, just to offer the tools and anything in any capacity that I have to offer you some experience and offer you just a little bit of what I've learned over the course of doing this as a career, so on and so on. If you would like to submit, last thing I'll say, and then we are diving into the music. Police sirens, I got you. I appreciate you so much. Before we dive into the music, if you would like to submit your music, if you are on TikTok, go to the link in my bio. You'll see a link there that says submit your music or something similar to that. That's where you can find the free line or the paid consultation line. That is also where you can check the queue. So if you want to see the line, the order, the minimums, you want to see where you're at, you want to decide if you want to skip, you want to move faster, anything like that, all of that is at the link in my bio. Joseph, thank you for the roses. I appreciate you. Time Mine, thank you for the roses. If you are on the Purple app, if you're on Twitch, you can type !submit right there in the chat. Again, if you're on Twitch, type !submit right there in the chat. The link will present itself to you. If you are on the Red app, if you're on YouTube, then you can go to the description for the live stream and the link is right there. Emberstorm, thank you for the follow. Joseph, thank you so much for all the roses. Vadis, thanks for stopping by. I love y'all. I appreciate you. Let's get into some music. Police Siren, I got you. Thank you so much for tapping in. DTSK is in the building. We got the family in here. No more waiting around. It is time to talk some tracks, y'all. It is time to talk some tracks. We got Police Siren in the building. This is White Light Hums. Still a demo, so I've heard the song before. Thunder Dash Sub. If you submit it through that process, I should have everything in line. And I'll go through the line here in just a moment as well. I see you, Thunder Dash. And then remind me if there's different names on different platforms so I can make sure I'm familiar with who's there. But if you can see it in the queue on Oxcord, then I should be able to see everything that you got. All right, Police Siren, still a demo and a work in progress. So keep that in mind. You listened to it before, and we took your advice and worked on the structure and made some tweaks. Still not properly mixed, but keen to get your views on the vibe. Any tips would be much appreciated. Let's go. Hey, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for the sub over on Twitch. That's a lot of love. Thank you for the love. I appreciate you doing that. Let's dive in, y'all. Let's dive in. Let me just adjust something here real quick, and let's get it. Thank you all so much for the love. I appreciate that a lot. Once again, link in my bio. This is White Light Hums. I've heard this before, but this is Police Siren. Keep in mind, it's an early demo. It's a work in progress. Let's get it. Spacey. And then Thundy, yeah, I got you. I think that's Thundy the Griffin, right? Is Thunder Dash? I got you. This is Police Siren. The song's called White Light Hums. It's not out yet. Love those chords. Cool sound. That is much better structure. There's more dynamic range now. And then Doug, let me know if you're able to figure out the submission, and I can check for it if you've seen yourself in line. Let me double check for you, Doug. Let me see. What's up, Retrack? Good to see you, man. I'm looking for you, dog. I'm looking. I believe it's JV. If you scroll up a bit, if you are representing the band, hop in the chat really quick so they can follow. Binding, jeez. Yeah, JV right there in the chat. Is it under a different name, Doug? Is it under a different name in the list? Definitely need to get a list. Definitely need to get a band page soon. 100%. We don't exist yet. Just in the shadows of the music industry. Love the tension of the chords. The structure is way better. There's more dynamic range. There's more movement. It already just feels more exciting. Now, obviously, there's some things to balance. We'll dive into that in a bit. We're saved 87 songs from a burning building. That's true. Man, it's all the living and the dead. Oh yeah. I got you. Yeah, you're set, man. You're set. No worries at all. And then let me know really quick. Because I think through the old submission process, Doug, it was through your name. Your name was on it. And so on this one, I have you, and I have both of yours in line. So let me know what I can do. You're good, Doug. It's just it's under different names. So let me know really quick, and then Police Siren, we're gonna dive in. I know it's super early / late for y'all. Let me know if you want to send in another song. It's up to you. Let me know if you want to send in another song, Doug, or I can just combine those two and push them at the top. But I want to make sure you're taking, of course, I want to make sure that you're taken care of, but it's just under a different name. But let's get into it. We have JV right here in the chat representing Police Siren, White Light Hums. Obviously, early demo. We're talking about structure here a lot early on here. We're talking about structure. Just keep in mind, if TikTok if any of the platforms are glitchy, just try to hop. We're live on 3, just so y'all know. So, and you can find them all at the link in my bio. If one platform is glitchy or Twitch has ads or whatever may happen, just try to hop to another one and move them around a little bit. That way you can stay in touch with the live, because sometimes the platforms are a little bit glitchy. Just depends on a lot of different factors. Same song. The first link failed, so resubmitted just one song. But yeah, let me know if you want to send another one. I can combine them for you. That's up to you. It is glitchy, yeah. The live streams just have been super glitchy lately. I don't know if it's TikTok updates. I don't know. I don't know what it is, because on my end, it's all super. I can look at like dropped frames. I can look at usage and stuff like that. And it's literally 0% dropped, right? So like through OBS and stuff like that, all of that is super clean and clear. And but yeah, TikTok's been having a lot of issues. So if you're finding that it's glitchy and you're finding that it's really frustrating, try hopping over to YouTube. YouTube would be a good one, YouTube or Twitch. If you're on Twitch and you have Amazon Prime, you can take care of all the ads on there for free. It'll give you a free subscription with Prime. That can be helpful too, to take care of all the ads. Or YouTube has no ads either. Obviously up to y'all what y'all want to do. TikTok has been super glitchy the whole last week or so. So up to you if you want to bounce between some platforms, but I get that it's annoying to deal with. But let's get into it. Police Siren, let's dive in. We're going to start moving through some music now. So let's run it from the top. Let's get into a couple things here. One of the things you can hear really distinctly on this particular structure right now, we already have talked about some kind of pre-mix details. We've talked about presence in the vocal, the thinness of the vocal versus the brightness of the vocal. We've already talked about some of that. So I'm not going to harp on that too much, just because it's already the first time that we went through it. We already addressed some of those things. It just needs to kind of go through that mix process and rebalance it a little bit. So I'm not going to touch that too much, but what I do want to get into is some of the processing decisions and some of the like gating that's happening on the vocal, some of the pumping that's happening on the vocal, so that we can get a more open sound to the production and make sure that the structure really, really works well. And there's a couple little introductions of the drums I want to think about as well. So let's talk through just a couple details here. But man, y'all please show some love to JV here in the chat. But that is Police Siren, the band, White Light Hums. Let's dive in. Let's run it from the top. I mean, there's great tone. I love the wash. I love the reverbs. Like all of this, all the stuff that's there, I like. We just got to position it well and balance it well. So right there, you hear that. right in the background right here. We start to get some of that pumping that's happening in the background right there. It sounds like there's potentially, let me see really quick. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Like some gating that's happening on the vocal as well. But what's most likely the culprit of something like that is the vocal has a lot of noise on it. Like maybe there's some like white noise in the background, some mic, preamp noise, self noise, stuff like that, right? That's encroaching on a really light vocal. So there's not a lot of projection. There's not a lot of like support from the vocal signal itself. And so that's competing with the noise a little bit right there as well. And so what's happening is then the only way to, mitigate that, of course, with the way that it's already tracked is to like gate it and cut it and noise reduce it and stuff like that. That sounds like it's also happening like with the reverbs too, potentially, or something similar. And that's where we're getting this like pumping. So it's either something within the gates right there, or maybe some sort of intentional side chaining of the vocal to the reverb, but the side chain is just too obvious. Like it's too low of a threshold or too sharp of a release, whatever it may be, right? So I want to make sure that sounds, especially because this song is supposed to be very smooth and chill and moody and vibey. And so you don't want to like be hearing all these kind of chops and glitches in the background. You want everything to feel really washy, really open, and really vibrant. So those are those little things that I would look for here. I'll talk through it a couple times as we see it happen, but pay attention to those little moments and see if there's any way that you can smooth out the processing curve there. One would be to make sure that you're, as much as you have the control, to track with as little noise as possible, whether that means like turning off the AC in the background. Gain staging properly can really help with noise as well. Using reduction very lightly without squashing the signal too much. Using some reduction first and printing it and then gating a much slower signal. So you're not gating, it's like like when you're trying to gate a vocal with a lot of noise on it and it feels really rigid and really sharp. If you reduce that noise, even without cutting it, reduce it, your gating's not doing as much work. So if there is any gates that are active, it's much less prominent. It's much less obvious that the signal's being cut and reintroduced. Little things like that. And then again, if there's a side chain or anything like that active where that vocal's kicking, to the aux over there, that we can soften the curves on that a little bit too, so it's not so prominent. Hear that little. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, so if you go and you click on your song, you can choose to skip there. Yeah, anytime. That's how all these people have moved faster. Just go and find your song in the list, and then you can always move yourself forward whenever you want with whatever capacity you have. Obviously, just no pressure to do that, but completely up to you if you want to go a little bit faster. There's a little bit of the gate right there. So be aware of that. And again, if there is, you can skip whenever. So like if tier 1 is 10, right? That's just the name of the dollar amount there. But if tier 1 is 10 and you want to skip up, you can just send a tier 1 again, or some people add 20. Like in this case, they added 25, right? To go a little bit faster. So you can, whatever tier that you click on, will add to whatever you already have. So if you add a tier 2, then you'll be at 25, so on and so on, right? So you can just add whatever you want to add to be able to push yourself forward in front of a couple people here. All right. The title is White Light Hums. White Light Hums. So the other thing that you're kind of running into here, of course. Let me know if you have any questions. The other thing that we're running into is, again, if there's a lot of noise or the vocal signal is low and we're gating pretty close to that, sometimes the vocal gets a little bit quieter and then it closes that gate, right? It kind of goes, what does he mean? It's making me like inactivity on here. Sensing inactivity. It's like, what do you mean? I'm right here talking. Just TikTok's on one, y'all. Just bear with me. Everything's on one today. So right here, right? Like if the vocal's kind of at this range, like if this is your gate threshold, and the vocal most of the time is right here, it's like, oh, this is nice and clear. And then every once in a while, it falls below that gating threshold and it cuts. Right? And then it comes up a little bit and it opens and it cuts a little bit, right? There's this little threshold right here where the vocal will kind of, it'll wobble between vocal cutting in and closing that gate, right? Just in between that threshold. So every once in a while, most of the time, the vocal's on top of that threshold. And so it's fine, right? You're getting complete, clarity, and the vocal's nice and clean and clear, can be adjusted, can be polished, sure. But the vocal itself, the signal is clean. But when it drops below that threshold of the gate, that's when it's closing that gate and it's cutting that signal in and out, which is also cutting the signal being sent to the reverb, which means you get this kind of pumping in the mix right there as well. That to me is going to be a big part of making sure we maintain our clarity on this lead vocal. Opinions on double tracking guitars. It just kind of makes my music sound just bad. I mean, I think it depends on what the truer point is like, what are you double tracking? Double tracking is just a tool in the same way of like building harmonies for a vocal, doubles for a vocal, double or quad tracking harmonies left and right and accent vocals and stuff like that. Double tracking a guitar can make it nice and wide, can make it energetic, can make it really vibrant in a mix. But if what you're tracking is the issue, then that's it. The consistency with which you are double tracking those vocals might be the issue. I would also just make sure that there's tonal and positional differences between the two tracks, right? If you're tracking an acoustic guitar over here, change the mic position or the direct signal over here a little bit. If it's the same thing, you're going to get some cancellation every once in a while. You're going to get some weird, funky, hollow phase issues. So just make sure that you're changing color and timing slightly and phrasing slightly on your double track so it feels even wider and it still feels really consistent in time. But yeah, how bad your double track sounds is really just due to how bad the tracking of the double track is. So you got to really focus on exactly what you're doing and why you're doing it and where it's positioned. Okay, let's get a little deeper here. And then JV, hopefully this is making sense. Hopefully this is making sense. And if it seems like it's in line with anything you might have done on the track, of course, let me know as well. Let's get a little deeper here as well. I like the movement of the chords. There's tension. It's got a lot of feeling to it. I like it. A little bit of the pumping there. I like the dynamic range here. This pushes and pulls a little bit more. It's pretty. It's pretty. Okay, structurally in the mix, another thing you're just going to run into a little bit here is competing for space, right? Again, I think your dynamics are better now. I know that was a big thing that we talked about last time. Is it feeling like it's too much of one thing happening, right? I think you're doing a better job now of pushing and pulling those dynamics, right? So with the drums come in and out, the bass comes in and then it leaves during the verse. We introduce just a little bit of it and then we expand a little bit more once the other electric guitars come in. So we're doing a better job of creating structure and creating dynamics. Now what I would really want you to focus on is positioning. Right now, especially with that rhythm electric guitar that comes in, there's a lot of energy right there in the middle of that space, right? In the middle of that space, there's a whole bunch of energy. And so that is also going to be something that encroaches on that vocal and kind of steps on its toes, which I would mitigate early on in the process, because where things are positioning is going to give you an idea of like what needs to be in the mix, right? If I just record, just as an example, you're not doing this, but as an example, if I just record 30 different layers and I put them all in mono right in the middle of the mix, I don't really know what's there sometimes. You know what I mean? I'm going to be like adding things that don't need to be there. Because I'm like, I guess it needs some more high end. I guess it needs some more elements here. I need some more reverb in this area. I need some more, compression on the vocal here. I'll start processing based on where things are positioned and what I'm getting offered from the mix, right? What I would make sure that you're doing is through this process, make sure that you're positioning correctly as well, that you're getting things out of the way. Take that rhythm guitar, push it another, 10% this way, another 20% this way, maybe carve out a little bit of the mids, around, let's say even like 800 to 1200 hertz, where a lot of the fundamentals of that vocal lie, in order to create some space for that vocal to live in the middle of the mix. DTSK, good to see you again. Thanks for the heart me. If you're able to open that up a little bit, there's going to be more space for that vocal to exist. Right now, there is a little bit of stepping on the toes, which again, you might be like, I guess we need more reverb here, or we need more chorusing on the guitar, or we need another layer on this other thing happening over here. We need a second guitar over here, a bigger pad here, because things aren't positioned in a way that they do feel wide, they feel vibrant, they're kind of just running into each other. And if that's the case, you'll add more than needs to be there just because you can't distinguish these different elements in the mix. So before you start like adding other layers or pushing the pad forward or adding another guitar or increasing the reverb, really go back to like your non-negotiables in here and make sure that like your main synth pad, your bass, your drums, and your vocals, kind of your non-negotiables of this mix, make sure that those are exactly where you want them to be, that they're as loud as you want them to be, they're controlled, they're kind of colored exactly as you want them to be, EQ-wise, saturation and compression-wise, so on and so on. Make sure that those are where you want them to be, and then fill in the ambiance around that. If you push ambiance first and you're just like, I know this song is going to have a bunch of reverb, so everything's got reverb and it's super full and super crazy, then you're going to just kind of be overwhelmed by that signal and you won't really know where to put things, right? And then eventually you just kind of end up with a noisy mix, a muddy, noisy mix, and you will lose some of the separation of a beautiful lead vocal, great guitar tone, classic, almost like a Lin drum or like Lin, LM2 style drum sequencing in the background. Like you have this really cool feel, this like 80s pop ballad feel in the background that is really, really cool, which I absolutely love sonically. I think it sounds awesome. But we'll lose some of the things that are really valuable about this if we go ambiance first and push all of that forward to make it the main thing that's happening, as opposed to, even if this was a dry mix, it would sound beautiful. The reverb and the chorusing and the flanging and all, the delays and stuff, those are additive to what is already a beautiful structure and a beautiful song, good lyrics, good dynamics, right? Make the main thing that you focus on what those signals are actually doing, right? And then you're like, okay, now I want to set this in space. Now I want this really vibrant, vocal reverb, and you start to mix that in. But like the non-negotiable is like the clarity and the separation of those main elements that you have in the song, if that makes sense. Y'all show some love. Show some love. That's JV right here in the chat. Hold on, Jesus, whoops. The artist is Police Siren. The song is White Light Hums. It's a beautiful vibe. I mean, I really love the texture. I love the character. I love the energy behind it. I think it's so engaging to listen to. It's so chill. It's so pretty. It's just pretty music, which I love. It sounds so good. And so what I want is a bit better separation. You've gotten more of those dynamics down, pushing and pulling drums and bass. Those are way more improved. But now I want to let's take a step back and get the foundation of this mix, your sound design choices, your song structure and stuff like that. Let's get those really fine-tuned. Really, really fine-tuned. We can always push a fader back up and have a bunch of reverb on there. That's easy to do, right? It's not hard to add a reverb and push it forward like crazy. The challenging thing is going to be adding all of that in and then trying to fight for clarity and fight for separation. So get that first. Get your clarity, positioning, separation, dynamics, all that which you're already working on. Get that down, and then it's very easy to add reverbs and stuff like that later as well. But y'all show some love one more time. JV, thank you so much for sending this in. I appreciate you more than you know. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the support. Let's get into this next song here. Doug Riley, hop in the chat. Link in my bio. Link in my bio. And we will, we're going to get to a handful of songs here. Let me just refresh this really, really quick. Boom. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, if you want to submit, everything's at the link in my bio. You'll see the free line. You'll see the consultation side. The consultation side is what we're doing right now. We will bounce into the free line here in a minute, so make sure you stick around. If you're not here, you're not getting played, so you got to make sure that you're here. After our first 3 songs, I will dive into the free line for just one song, and then we'll get through as well. Maybe do some giveaways later on as well. But let's see. Or wait, actually, these are going to be in a different order. I appreciate you so much, Davey. So Tonefields, I see you. So Tonefields got the push there really quick. So let's dive into that really quick, and then Doug will bring we'll go back into the same flow. Indie rock vibes. I mostly produce and mix for other people, but I have some personal songs like this. Let's go. I got you. Once lost, cut in and out if you need to, man. I got you in the line. I got you. I'll keep boosting you. I don't care how many times I got to boost you myself. Once lost, we're going to get it heard. So feel free to come in and out intermittently. If you come back in 2 hours, you're like, hey, I'm back. Am I there? I'll see where you're at in the line, and I got you. Don't even worry about it, man. I got you no matter what. I'll always make sure that you're taken care of. I appreciate you joining. I appreciate the support so much. I can't see my spot even though I submitted DTSK. Let me see. Yeah, I see you're on there. Scroll down, DTSK. I got you in the 15. Yeah. 100 hours by TTSK. Got you. Always got you. Yeah, y'all are there. If you ever want to check the line, just go to the link in my bio. You'll see a tab that says when you go to the submission form, there's a tab that says see the queue. Click on that, and you'll see everything that you need right there. Just scroll down. If you need to scroll down and look for your song. I see both of you online, so you should be good. All right, let's see. I mostly produce and mix for other people, but I have some personal songs like this. Any feedback is appreciated. I notice my kick gets lost in the heavier parts, and I tried everything. Any tips? All right, let's get into it. Tonefields, I think I have never heard your music before, but if I have, of course, let me know. I'm assuming that you produced and mixed and did all this yourself because that's what you do for other people. So yeah, talk me through some of the things that you're doing. Talk to me about your process, what you're using, gear, anything. And any way that I can focus my attention, of course, let me know. I'm going to check back in around an hour. Got to feed the soul. Sounds good, Melrose. I love it. Take care. If you come back, I got you 100%. All right, let's get it. It's pulling up. SoundCloud. Boom. Let's go. Beautiful. I love that. In your voice too, right? There's a lot of noise here we can polish, but I like the structure of what you're doing. Good melodies, good repetition. Production's interesting. It's a little muddy, but we can break that out. I feel that. That's true. That's true. What are you using for drums? Okay, cool. It's a cool production structure. It's a cool production. Yeah, it's a cool production. It has this like metallic ring to it that I think is really nice. It's got this like late 80s, early 90s grunge. What the hell's going on? It's like playing commercials on here. It's like a Pathfinder commercial. But y'all show some love, man. Show some love, show some love. That is Justice right here in the chat. Let's get into some details. Let me refresh over here really quick. We will be closing up the line here in just a bit, just because the line can get a little bit crazy. So I want to see just really quick. Let's see. Zepturo, I got you. Or Zepturo, I got you. But let's get into it, man. Let's get into it. I mean, I'd like to be honest with you, especially like a lot of, I mean, I love like Depeche Mode, Aha, Tears for Fears, like early, like mid 80s, late 80s, synth pop and stuff like that. I like that vibe a lot. And I get some of that in your vocal that I think is like really endearing to listen to. Like, I think to me, that brings me to the nostalgia of that era. And I like a lot of that production structure. The thing that I would fight for in your productions is similar to what we're talking about with the last one, to be honest, and is clarity and separation. What it sounds like to me that's happening here, 100% Spides. What I think is happening here too is a lot of overcompensation with processing, again, from earlier steps. So what it sounds like is there's a lot of like hyper compression, maybe even like a lot of multi-band stuff that is really suppressing a lot of your signals. So they're really restrained. They're really, really held back. And then what's happening, maybe past some multi-band compressors, maybe some C4 OTT, stuff like that in there. What's happening past that is like we're very, very limited. We're very restrained. There's a lot of compression happening, but then you're realizing that things are coming through the mix. And so we're then kind of exaggerating other elements of the mix in order to like force them to cut through, whether that's over brightening the drums on the high end so that they're a little bit crispier and they cut through. Maybe it's like, man, the bass doesn't go anywhere now, so I inflate 100 hertz on the bass in order to, increase some of the subharmonics and make sure that cuts through a little bit, right? So we're doing some band-aid fixes to some things that have happened earlier on, as opposed to like focusing on like early gain staging and early panning and separation. That's what it sounds like, right? And then some of this could obviously be wrong, but that's what it sounds like. There's like a lot of suppression and then overcompensating for that suppression with trying to force things into the mix. And then that's where the mix just gets kind of noisy. And you'll notice, as you already mentioned before, you get into the hook, when all of the elements come in, there's no room for anything to go anywhere, right? Because it's all so compressed and tight into this dynamic block right here. There's nowhere for anything to go. So any new information that comes in, the new synths, new guitar layers, whatever it may be, everything else gets kind of ducked out, right? So the kick loses all of its power in the mix. Some of the other pads that you have, and they all give way to like lead vocal in the top synth that's doing that main melody, maybe the guitar in the background, right? So what I want to do is I want to unwind this track a little bit and hit reset on it just a little bit. Let it breathe for a moment. Go back to maybe some of like deciding what your non-negotiables are on here, like what has to be in this mix, what is a priority in the mix that needs to be forward, that needs dynamics, that needs to cut through in a really beautiful way, and then remix in some of the peripheral elements. Because right now, it kind of sounds like everything was made loud because we like everything that we hear, man. I have this problem sometimes in my own mixes, my own engineering, where like I made a song and I like everything that I put into the song. So I make everything loud, but then nothing's loud, right? You need contrast, right? Everything's forward. It's like, I like this synth, I like this guitar, I like this layer, I put in this harmony, I put in this new little shaker in the background. I like all of them and I push them all forward. And then you're forced to suppress them because everything feels loud. And then, that's where you start to get that noise and that boominess in the middle of the mix. So let's run it from the top. And then of course, let me know if you have any questions as we go, but I'll try to dive into some of these details here. And let me know if something's not making sense either. I want to make sure that I'm as clear as possible as well, so it's as helpful as possible. But y'all, please show some love, man. Show some love to Justice right here. Show some love to Justice right here in the chat. Let's run it from the top. Let's get into it. This is Solutions by Tonefields right here. That's everything that you just heard is them. So that's a good musicianship right there. That's a talented musician. They played everything, wrote everything. All right, let's get into it. Cody, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. So right off the bat, two things that even in this early part, because I actually like this. Like I love these like portamentos and these movements right there. Those are all great. Thanks for the follow. Those are all great. I mean, I like these bends. I like the portamentos. I like the movement of the synths. I like the positioning of the synths too. You have nice chorusing. It feels nice and wide. It feels really, really open. I love it. I love it. I love it. I mean, there's a lot of the production that I really like. The first thing that I want you to address is probably just relationship between the bass and the drums. Right now, the bass is super inflated. So low end, like 200 hertz and below, super prominent, super inflated on the far low end. And then the drums have been kind of like thinned out and brightened and overcompressed in order to compensate. Again, every like reaction has a kind of an opposite reaction here, right? Where the bass is too prominent, so the drums felt too muddy and they were running into each other. So we carved all of this energy out and put it on the drums and overcompensated with high end to cut it through, right? Or the opposite happened, right? Where it's like, man, the drums don't have any energies and they don't have any, prominence or any inflation in the low end at all. That doesn't really have any body or presence. So we cranked out the bass on 200 hertz below on the bass in order to make it feel fuller, right? If we can find a balance between these two right now, if we can balance kind of the expression of each of these instruments in the mix a little bit more, I think you'll be in a much better place. What I would love to do on the bass is reduce some of the like sub that you have on there, like 100 hertz below, 200 hertz below, reduce some of the sub that's really inflated down there, rebalance it just a little bit closer to flat maybe. And if anything on that bass, give it a little bit more like low mids, even into like the mids, like 4K, 5K. Get more, even if it's a VST, get more like string attack, get a little bit more of kind of the crunch of that bass right there, a little bit more of its pop, and less like just like, sub boominess, right? Make it a little bit better balanced. We hear a little bit more of the attack. We balance the low end a little bit better. And if you need more bass, you quite simply turn it up in the mix, right? Utilize the faders. Try not to mix too much with your EQs. Not that you can't, but if something feels like it needs more low end, try to stray away from just like on the master cranking low end, right? Or just like on the drums, just like inflating 300 hertz. It doesn't mean you never do that, right? It doesn't mean that, that's not an option and it can't be the right idea sometimes, but oftentimes we just have to use the mixer, right? Like we get into a habit of like mixing with our plugins where it's like, oh, I'm going to try to like finagle this in here. And then it has a bunch of other issues that end up kind of rearing their head, right? So in this case, it does sound like, man, the bass needed to be more forward. So we EQ'd it more forward kind of, as opposed to just balancing it and pushing it, right? Just make it 3 dB louder in the mix with better clarity in the mid so you hear the attack of it more. You get a little bit more of that transience from the bass and you don't have to increase the low end as much. And then on the other side, right? So then on the drum side, Richard, thank you for the heart means. Good to see you. Thanks for tapping in. I feel like I have a bad habit of that because I did hip hop for so long, 100%. And again, it's all valid, right? On the other social and Tonefields on SoundCloud. Okay, cool. That's valid. That's valid, right? And it's every style is approached a little bit differently too. You can approach each genre and each style depending on what serves the song. It's the thing I always tell people. Just make sure the way that you're mixing serves the song. There's no like rules to it. This is not exactly how it is every single time. But what I will say is that I always handle the dry mix first. So whenever I get sessions in, especially if the client is sending me raw files or everything, or if I'm working on my own. If I'm working on my own track and we're handling everything dry, the first thing I do is I go through and I listen to the dry signals, cut noise, cut this, arrange this, gain stage here, clip gain here, trim, all that stuff. Make sure that like the dry mix, and I start panning, I start positioning, I start balancing, I just do level checks. And so by the time I'm done with like a dry mix, the song is like there. You know what I mean? Like it's pretty damn good. It's pretty well balanced. Before I start adding a bunch of EQs, a bunch of, compression, a bunch of this, if I start with like a clean dry mix, I get everything produced out, or the client sends me the files, whatever the situation is, I get everything balanced. So even without a single plugin on anything, there's a good balance. There's a good structure. The guitars are panned where I want them. The vocals and the backgrounds are panned left and right. I bust everything out where I want them to be. And I make sure that everything is balanced and positioned in a way that there's good clarity. Then I can be like, okay, now that everything is largely where I want it to be with the original signal as good as possible, everything's level, everything feels really smooth, then I'm going to be like, okay, the bass is a little bit muddy. So I'm actually going to do maybe some subtle mid-side processing, or I'm going to do some like side processing. We're actually going to pull a little bit of like the low end information of the bass outside of those mids a little bit, and maybe replace it with the kick. So the kick sits outside of the bass a little bit, and they kind of fit in a structure in the middle of the mix. Or I'm going to do some light side chaining or better sample choice or whatever it may be, right? I need to get into a habit of that. I find myself mixing different elements as I make them, so nothing is ever dry for too long. 100%, that's valid. That's valid. So when I'm working on my, obviously if I get sessions from a client, they usually send it dry, but when I'm working on my own music, I'm kind of mixing as I go as well. The deeper I've gotten to doing that for myself over decades of doing that, the more of an intuition I already have, like more foresight that I have, or like, ooh, I add in a synth bass, and I kind of know, I'm like, ooh, I really like this synth bass, but it's probably going to be thinned out later to add a sub bass underneath it. And I just like do it and I start to balance it, right? My intuition for that has gotten a lot better over time. But I also understand things not being dry for too long. What I would do though is like once you get most of your elements out there. So let's say you wet things up for a while, right? Like you're producing, you're getting everything out there. There's reverbs, there's chorusing, there's all this stuff. You're pushing your production and you're getting all the tonal qualities that you want out of it. That's great. Beautiful. Once you get to like, okay, the song is there, the song is done, just bypass your auxes, man. Like bypass your reverbs and delays and just like bypass everything and be like, okay, song is great. Song's doing what I want it to do. Now let's like get in just like you would if you met. Like again, this is the thing that I think a lot of people run into that makes it more challenging for them to get the result that they want out of their music. When you're doing everything yourself, like you are, and like I do for my own music, right? If you're doing everything yourself, you need, if you want to be fairly, prolific with it, you need to treat yourself as each position. In the same way that like, if you were going to spend $5,000 on this record, right? And you were going to go book, you're going to spend $800 on studio time for the day or $500 for studio time for the day. You're going to go in, you're going to have a tracking engineer, maybe a vocal producer or a vocal coach in there. If you're doing a good job, an expensive record, right? You're going to have these coaches in there. They're going to be comping. They're going to be redoing takes. We're going to be layering and lining up. There's going to be all this, really, really good structure to help control everything that you're doing in a good environment with good gear, so on and so on, right? And then once that's done, there's going to be the dry studio mix that they do. They're going to take whatever files that you have, balance them, and then they send them to the mixing engineer. They're done with the mixing engineer. They send it to the mastering engineer, right? There's more compartmentalization of the stages of the music, which I think is good. And I don't think that's what costs so much money necessarily. I don't think you have to have 5 different processes that you do everything into. Like I said, oftentimes I'm kind of mixing as I go, performing as I go, editing as I go, and then I get to the end and I want loudness and I master it and it's done. It's like two blended hybrid processes. You know what I mean? But if you're struggling to find clarity and separation in those different processes, compartmentalize your process a little bit more. Finish your production. This is sick. This is amazing. I like what I produced. I tracked my vocals. Close the file and move on to another day, right? You wake up the next day and like, now I'm mixing. Now I'm going to go through as the engineer of my song, not as the person doing everything and it's just little old me and then just, you know what I mean? And then we're just doing it, right? Like, because I think that's where we're like, yeah, I'm just me and I'm just doing my BS. You know what I mean? I'm going through my process. I kind of tracked, I'm in my bedroom. I just did whatever. And I tossed my vocal in there. I kind of like my voice, but I don't really care about my voice. It's like, no, you're a serious, if you want, this is obviously up to you. You're a serious musician and you're a serious producer and it doesn't mean, it doesn't mean you have to take yourself too seriously in the process. I want you to be creative and authentic and open. But when you're going through these more mechanical, technical processes, you are someone who wants to make music. Obviously, you're someone who is paying for distribution. You're someone who is getting reviews on your music. You're getting feedback on your music. You are passionate about what you do. You like what you do. You've done it oftentimes for other people. And so what I would do is treat yourself the same way. You've got to be your own hire. You've got to be this is something I'm working on a lot too. The hell? This is something I'm working on a lot too. Is like you need to be your own hire, right? And so once you finish your production, get in and start a mix process. If you need to, dry up all the tracks and send it to a new file. Send it to a new session. You know what I mean? Send it to a new session. You're like, I am now the mixing engineer of my track. You know what I mean? I am now the mixing engineer of Solutions by Tonefields. How would I approach this if it was me? You know what I mean? Like this, like if this was me getting a session from a client, would I be impressed with what I was doing? Would I feel like this artist put an effort, intentionality? Would I feel like they, formatted the song well, right? And then you kind of take that into all of your processes, right? I am now the mixing engineer of my song. And then if you like to handle mastering as a separate process as opposed to just the final bus, then you're like, okay, close the file, move on to another day. Don't feel like, dude, I did this in 3 hours. It was crazy. It's like, don't. Take time. Spend time on it. Spend a couple weeks on it, right? Take some time, close the file, move on. Refresh your ears. Stop listening to music for a couple hours. Like sleep on it. Come back the next day and be like, oh, I need a revision on my own mix. Again, approaching it like you are your own client. I'm like, man, I slept on this. I went and listened in the car. I put on my headphones. I listened to it on repeat at the gym when I was working out, whatever. And I need a couple revisions on my own mix. And you revise your own mix. and then you close the door and you move on to another day, right? I'm not saying that I do this every time, but I just feel like oftentimes we don't even take ourselves seriously as artists, as musicians, as producers. We don't even value our own processes. And so again, if you're going to do this all on your own, there's nothing wrong with that. There's a lot of people that are very successful doing everything on their own. There's also a lot of other people that are very successful in delegating these other parts of the process to other people, right? If you are going to do it on your own, if budget-wise, all you can handle is doing it all on your own, then take yourself seriously through each step of that process. You are your own mixing engineer. You are doing your own mastering, and that part of the process should be really important to you, and it is going to be more likely that you're successful with it if you separate out those processes. Anyway, Seven Rising, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. Let's get a little deeper into the song. I know I ranted on that for a little bit, but I just think it's really important for people that are doing this all on their own, right? If you don't have the community, right? Or you don't have engineers. And again, there's a lot of people out there that do a lot of stuff for cheap and for free as well. You can find them. Seven, thank you for the heart me. But take yourself seriously and take each part of the process seriously. I think we get frustrated oftentimes because we feel like we got to blend everything together and it's all mushed together. And then you have produced / hybrid mixed / mastered / rewrote and revised all within like a 3-hour period. And then you don't even know where your mistakes are. You're like, I don't even know. Now everything sounds bright and it sounds crazy and it's brittle and it's harsh. And I don't even necessarily know where to go. I don't even know where to backtrack in this process of like these frustrations that I have. And I'm like, man, this is super muddy, it's over compressed, but I don't even know where I went wrong because I started mastering it halfway through tracking my vocals. It's like, just compartmentalize. Finish the tasks that are in front of you. Of course, get into a creative flow. This all has some nuance and is a bit subjective, but like get into a creative flow. Make sure that your process makes sense to you. But at the same time, I just know it has helped me a lot to not feel like I need to be doing everything all the time, all at the same time. But everything everywhere all at once kind of vibe. All right, let's get a little deeper into the song here, and hopefully, loosely, that's a little bit helpful. A little bit helpful. And again, the other part of this, right? So it'll be from a philosophy on approaching your music. It's obviously going to be helpful for you to separate some of this out, right? The other is I would just love for you to allow, practically speaking, within each element. We already talked about the overcompression. We already talked about how you're compensating for clarity in order to push things forward, right? We're like, man, this is all suppressed. It's all kind of tied together. It's all blended together. And then in order to compensate to I really need the synth to cut through. So we crank the high end on it, right? And we're overcompensating a little bit. Go back to the dry, bring everything back into control, bring everything back to zero, right? And start mixing from your non-negotiables, and loosen up your dynamic range a little bit. Obviously, there is a lot of multiple stages of compression, some potential C4 multi-band stuff happening. It's really suppressing, especially the mids of this song. It's really, really crushing those mids, and it's really only allowing sub and highs to come in. So you're hearing 8K and above and 200 hertz and below, and the middle's carved out. If you can just reset a lot of your processing and allow this mix to just breathe a little bit again, just allow the drums, even all of the VSTs that you're using. I don't care if it's VST or real drums or whatever. Allow it to breathe in the mix. Allow it to actually cut through and push forward and move some air. If everything feels like it's tied to this, right, where the snare comes in and it can't go anywhere, and the vocal cuts in and it's just hitting a brick wall. It's hitting a ceiling every time. If you can just allow these elements to breathe in the mix, they will present themselves the way that they are in the mix. And then you can fill in the gaps, right? But right now, everything's so compressed. It's so limited. It's so saturated that we don't have any of that clarity and separation. So if you're able to regain just a little bit more life in here, just loosen up your compressions, remix from zero, just bring in the drums, I don't necessarily recommend mixing solo. Obviously, it really depends on where you're at in your journey with that. But in this particular sense where everything's loud, everything's compressed, everything's bright, everything's forward, put everything back down to zero, just like you were if you were working on a mixer and you were testing a venue before and you're going to start doing this mix drive from scratch. Just bring in the drums, get the drums processed exactly how you want them. Make sure the drums sound good, EQ'd the way that they are, right? Bring in the bass, tuck it in, rebalance it, make sure the vocal is in there, bring in the guitars and the synths to kind of surround it. Oh man, as soon as I brought in the synths, they're stepping on the toes of the vocal, so I'm going to do some mid-side on the synth bus in order to carve some space for the vocal, right? Just start to rebuild this mix with a little bit more openness, just a little bit more space for things to breathe. I think if you do that, this is going to come to life in a way that is just so much more appealing to listen to. Because like I mentioned before, from what I can hear of the song, I really like your production and I really like your voice. Again, it reminds me of like late 80s stuff. Like it has this Depeche feel to some of it, a little bit more pop rock centric, but like it has this, it's got a cool feel to it of a lot of the music that I really love and enjoy. I really like your production. I really like what's there. I just want to hear it breathe. I want to hear it present itself in the mix in a way that is like really palatable and warm and easy to listen to, not over exaggerated to force it into position. Hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. Let me get into this last section here really quick. And it sounds like some of this is on the master too, right? Like part of the reason why that bass isn't, that kick drum and stuff isn't allowed to cut into the mix is once everything comes in and triggers. I love Depeche, man. Like if you have some high compression, you're getting 7 dB of compression on your master and then a limiter and you got 6 dB of gain reduction happening on the limiter on your master, so on and so on. If that's really suppressing things, what will happen is as soon as everything, like during the verses, it might be a little bit more open, the kick cuts in, you don't really feel too much of that compression happening, but then bass and the double guitars and the synths and everything cuts in. And as soon as everything comes into the mix, it triggers that compression, the whole signal gets squashed, and all of a sudden you lose all of the life, that was happening in the mix before. Seven Rising, thank you so much for the Go Popular and the marvelous confetti. I appreciate you so much. So again, same thing, balancing everything in the mix, leading into the master, and then on the master, you're just kissing it. On the master, you're just like, you know what? I want to glue everything together. I've got a nice, easy release here. I'm going to get 2 dB of compression, max. I'm going to send it to a limiter. I'm going to make sure everything's balanced, make sure everything's under control, maybe some small EQ curves, optimized for wideness, whatever. I'm going to get everything in a good place, saturate to take some of those peaks and make it nice and warm and easy to listen to. I'm going to send it to a final limiter. On that limiter, I'm going to set a ceiling of negative 0.1. After I set that ceiling of negative 0.1, I'm going to lower the threshold till I get a max of 2 dB of reduction. And if you do that, it should be loud, it should be wide, it should be prominent, it should be nice and open. But I think what's happening is there's a lot of over saturation, over compression, over EQing happening, like I said, to compensate for early stuff. So on the mastering side, don't make any, at least at this stage, don't make any really big, dramatic, sweeping changes to what's happening in the production. Address it in the production because the mastering side will only amplify the issues that you have before. Because if you just like, man, it's too dull, it's too mellow, I need to brighten it. If you just brighten 10K, 5 dB on the master, not that you are, but if you do that, you're doing it for everything. So all the high end of the snare is nasty, the hi-hats are shrill, the top end of the vocals a little bit like too crispy and brittle, the guitars are kind of ringing a little bit now, right? Because it's doing it for everything. It's a blanket over the top of it. So be really, really tasteful and really subtle with what you're doing on the mastering side, unless you really, really, really know what you're doing and you're going to make very strategic, stylistic choices on the mastering side. Try to be as like subtle as possible to just polish what was already a beautiful open mix. And thanks for the follow. Y'all show some love to Justice. Tonefields in the building. Tonefield, I appreciate what you do. Like I said, I really love your production. I really love like the core foundation of what you have here. I like your voice. I like your writing. I like the structure of the song. It's got good dynamics as far as like what you're introducing into the song. And production wise, I like a lot of what you're doing too. Sound design choices I think are great. This is going to come down to polishing of those elements in the mix, separation and distinction of those elements in the mix as well. But y'all show some love to Tonefields. Thank you so much for sending this in. I really appreciate it. Really, really appreciate it. We got all the living and the dead in the building. Doug, I think I just saw you a moment ago. Doug, let me know that you are in the chat. Welcome in. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. I appreciate you so much, man. I'm excited to hear your evolution as well, just as an artist, as a self-producer and engineer. It's a different world. Turning the ears on yourself, right? Of like, man, I do this all the time for other people. And then being like, how do I want my voice to sound? How do I want my guitars? It's a different world, right? It's a different perspective. So I understand some of the pain points with that as well. We just finished recording this track. Before we go to mix, love your thoughts. Let's go, Doug. This is Wanted to Be by Doug Riley in the chat. Y'all show some love one more time to Justice. Justice, appreciate you so much. Yeah, Seven Rising. It's at the link in the bio. Thank you for the gifts as well. I mean, I know I said that before, but I really appreciate it. I will be closing up the line here in just a little bit. But if you would like to submit your music, it is at the link in my bio. This is All the Living and the Dead. This is called Wanted to Be. Let's run it. Let's run it. Let's run it. Thank you so much for sending this in, Doug. It's been a while since I've heard your stuff, so I'm excited to see what this is all about. I love Doug's work. They're very, very, very talented. So this is Wanted to Be by All the Living and the Dead.
I'm not in control of anything in my life.
Appreciate you. You can check the cue there as well.
I wait for something better to happen to me.
Oh, good tone. Good tone. What's up, Hannah? Welcome in.
I'm quite aware that I don't know what I want it to be.
Love it. Thank you for the follow, Hannah. I appreciate it.
I'm quite aware that I don't know what I want it to be.
Love how dry those drums are.
Used to tell me things will be okay. Each night I pray that I remember what I want it to be. Lost on the ground.
Great structure. Love it. Love the song structure. It's fantastic. Let's go, man. Y'all show some love. Show some love. That is Doug Riley in the building. J10, welcome in. Good to see you. Doug Riley in the building. Let's run it from the top. Let's dive into some details. This is Wanted to Be by All the Living and the Dead. The biggest thing I want to focus on before you get, kind of a little bit deeper into the process, into, mixing and mastering and stuff like that, is just there's some balancing things in here between like percussion and vocals, and then positioning of vocals, a little bit of EQ, de-essing, set on that. It's a little over, sibilant present, right? So S's are cutting through pretty harsh in a couple different moments. DTSK, thank you for the DJ spin. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate it. A couple little harsh moments in there, and then positioning of some of these layers, I do think will help bloom these vocals a little bit more, expand the mix so it doesn't feel too tight. As soon as those vocals all stack together with the doubles, which are beautiful, I absolutely love them. As soon as they all stack right there, you do get some like collapsing where you do get this reduction of energy. So as soon as the doubles come in, they're individually tracked doubles, but you're still getting some phase, right? You're still getting some phase collapse. So the vocal immediately kind of dives back by 3 or 4 dB, who lose a little bit of energy. So I would just make sure lead vocal is prominent, it's strong, it's on top of the mix, it's over the double track guitars, which are beautiful. The tone is fabulous. I love it. Get them on top of that, those guitars again, as well as maybe position outside, even just lightly, but position outside of the vocal, the doubles. That way you can distinguish them. They give a pop of energy. They open up the mix a little bit. They don't step on the toes and or reduce energy on that lead vocal. And then drums, I would maybe come forward just a hair. I really like them. They're super dry and dead, and I love that. It's very, Beatles, mid-60s. Like, I really love the texture there. I think it's fantastic. I love a lot of the musicianship and the tone that I'm hearing here. It's so good. I love so much of what you're doing. So I think just a little bit better balancing, a couple little EQ and de-essing things in there, and then you're good to go, man. It's a great song. Quick revision on this. You're ready.
I'm not in control of anything in my life.
Like, even right here, this is a well. We muted the kit with towels on the heads. I love it. I don't know if I have them. I have them sitting behind me, but I have those big fat drum heads or what? Big fat snares. Big fat snares. They're the quesadillas that people talk about, right? You can put them on all the different drums. I use that all the time on my kit, all the time, especially if I'm looking for that like Jake Reed dead drums, like deep sound. It's such a great, easy way to get that. I mean, I've done towels and tape. I've done, whatever. It's so many different ways you can do it. It works. Even here on the vocal, right? It's a very well recorded vocal. It sounds beautiful. Like your tone. Just your execution, the vocal structure, I think is fantastic. I'm the only one of 5 that doesn't sing, so harmonies are not my forte. I understand, 100%. But so much of this can be mitigated just with positioning and stuff like that. I think y'all are doing a great job, though. I think even for me, even like the flaws and the, what could be perceived as like mistakes or that, to me, that's like what makes it endearing though. That's what makes it human to listen to. It's what makes it really engaging to listen to. I wouldn't want this to be like perfect pitch, locked to the grid, quantized auto-tune. Like it's not supposed to be. What makes this good to listen to, what makes it wide and vibrant and energetic to listen to are actually the differences in texture and color and timing and pitch between all these different elements. That's what makes the guitar sound big. It's what makes the drums engaging to listen to. Same thing with the vocal, right? So already here on the vocal though, it does come in, again, great tone. Your execution, I think, is perfect, or the lead execution here, I think, is perfectly fine. But it's already a little bit bright. Already it comes through and it's not necessarily harsh yet. We build it out with some of the other layers going into the hook a little bit more. But right off the bat, this is pretty crispy. It's pretty crispy. I think this is a great mix that you can warm up. This can feel like soft and like tape saturated and warm and easy to listen to. This doesn't need to feel like sharp and crispy and this doesn't need to feel over exaggerated in any sense. In fact, I would recommend against that. I would recommend to like warm this up, filter it, tape saturation, make it fuzzy, some harmonics, like make this feel really easy and really warm to listen to, not like bright, snappy, and brittle at all, right? This should feel very, very, very easy to listen to.
All day and night I wait for something better to happen to me.
Hold it really quick.
Wait for something better to happen to me. Day and night I wait for something better to.
Is there a double on that vocal? Let me back it up. Or is it auto panning?
All day and night I wait for something better
Just moved right.
to happen to me.
Left.
It's not like I just.
Is there like a widener? There might be like a widener on the vocal or the vocal bus or something like that. I'm wondering if that's where some of the collapse is happening. You can hear in the mix. I don't know if this will come through on TikTok. Just sometimes the compression's kind of annoying. There's a double. We usually drop one in mixing. I'm curious if it's a duplicate, and you can let me know if it is. Is it a double track or a duplicate of the middle vocal here? Because what's happening is you're actually hearing the vocal move like in and out of phase right here. You can hear it kind of moving. And so depending on like timing, depending on like the double and its positioning and stuff like that, you're hearing double, not duplicate. I would probably change texture on that a little bit more or pan one out just a little bit more so they're all not directly in a line, because there's definitely some collapse. Because what it sounds like, the way that phasing and that collapse manifests itself in the mix is the vocal actually just feels like one vocal. You can't really hear the double. One vocal is like moving left to right actually in the mix. You can actually hear it like coming in and out of phase maybe, right? You can actually hear it like moves to the left a little bit and then the vocal kind of swings to the right and back in and then back to the right a little bit. Like you can kind of hear it moving in and out of the mix depending on its cohesion, right? So little things like that I would just pay attention to, whether you need to change like color and texture on one side, change the timing on one side a little bit, and or, shift it in the mix, shift it on the playlist a little bit. Offset panning a little bit better so they're not, stepping on each other in the middle. But there's definitely some rub right there where we tracked one live and one separate. Yeah, go in there and see if you can't mitigate the phase collapse right there and mitigate some of the phasing that's happening. Just because you don't hear it. You don't actually hear the other double in there, or maybe it's like barely there. You don't really hear it. It doesn't really express itself in the mix. All it's doing is kind of telling the other vocal where to go. It's almost like an LFO, right? It's just kind of telling that vocal where to go, and that rub is causing it to pan. So you can actually hear in the first part of this verse, maybe not on TikTok again, but you can actually hear it in the verse where the vocal like just moves like from 15% this way to like 5% this way, and like back, it kind of swings back and forth a little bit.
Any more than just my share.
I hear the harmony. That's not what I'm referring to. It would be something that is doing exactly what the lead vocal is doing. That's what I'm looking for. Because the harmonies are beautiful. I like those, and I like what they're doing. But look at the actual lead vocal and the actual double of that lead vocal and what it's doing in the mix.
I'm quite aware that I don't know.
Because there's a harmony. It's gonna be.
At night I wait for something better to happen to me.
Yeah, because you don't hear a double. You don't hear a double here at all. Only when the harmonies come in. So check the first part. Once the doubles come in, with the harmonies, you get that separation, I think, a little bit more. But early on here is where you're getting that panning. Okay, let's move forward. Okay, the same thing here. All of these vocals are right here, stepping on each other, right? Dun, 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 dun. Those echoes are beautiful. I love them. But because they're all kind of right here, and then the next one introduces, they step on each other a little bit. They collapse a bit. So all of these vocals, you just hear their chorusing in mono. You don't get any of the openness from it, right? You don't get any of this vocal width or any of this kind of vibrancy that we're looking for. But you do get it from your other production elements, right? So these guitars, beautifully double tracked. There's a great chorus on there as well. The guitars feel super wide. The drums are nice and open. Those are super wide as well. You have great drummer's perspective. Tom movement there. Those are panned out really wide. Oh, that's beautiful. Love it, love it, love it. And then the vocals are, they're really, really collapsed right here. Very, very monocentric. So you don't really get any of that information from the vocals. It kind of feels like two different mixes where you have this wide, vibrant production and a super tight vocal mix. If we can start to offset some of these vocals, that and then like the secondary vocal on the B section right here, or on the second layer of vocals right there that come in with the counter melody or the repetition right there, maybe push those wide. So we have a mono vocal with its double and then some echoes that are nice and wide, whatever it may be. Stylistically, creatively, do whatever makes sense for y'all, right? Obviously that will, be very much up to what y'all want to do creatively. But point being, if you can match the vibrancy of the production with the vibrancy of the vocal, it'll feel like they're a little bit more on the same page, as opposed to one feeling like it's in its own lane of the mix and the rest of it feeling really vibrant and really energetic. It sounded really open. It was nice. Yeah, I love it. Never know, 100%. Like especially on the production side, vocally in the verse when it's mono, you get more of that expression because it's tied in a little bit better. But yeah, the production, the guitar tone is amazing. I love the depth of the drums. Like, I'm not mad. I'm not mad at all. It's a really, really good production. But if we can rebalance high end on the vocals, control sibilance, just a hair of de-essing potentially, if you can control some of those S's and T's slicing through a little bit. So slight rebalancing of the EQ of the vocals, a little bit of de-essing so it's not so bright and brittle, better separation of your vocal layers, mitigate issues in phase with your doubles. Like that's all that stuff right there I want you to talk about. Warm up the drums a little bit, push the drums forward by 2 or 3 dB in the mix, and then I feel like you have a lot more of a record. You know what I mean? Like that to me is like, now we're, I think, more in line where it's like, okay, this is really starting to sound like a song that's very, palatable and very expressive. Like I like it a lot. Because again, everything I hear that is happening there, I think sounds good. Y'all are great producers, great musicians. It's great vocal structure. I love it. There's great feedback with this at Farmhouse. Going to take the stems and notes. Hey, beautiful, beautiful, man. Yeah, absolutely. All right, let me push a little bit later on. Let me get into the outro here just really quick because most of this is all the same notes here. But yeah, I love everything that y'all are doing. This is just about positioning and EQ, largely speaking, right? And again, don't be afraid to warm it up. Don't be afraid to like actually filter down a little bit and cut some of the brightness and add some saturation, like a tape emulator. I love the Kramer tape for stuff like this. Just saturate it up a little bit, introduce some harmonics, make it warm, make it really, really soft and easy to listen to. And then you can still pursue loudness, right? If you have a little bit more of the drums in there, you'll get more of the pop maybe that you want without it just having to be bright. You'll just actually mix in the instrumentation that you want. Like right here, I just want like 3 dB out of the drums. I just want like 3 dB because the tambourine comes in, love it, it's great. I just want like 3 dB more out of the drums to support. I don't want them loud. This is not a modern pop record. Obviously, same thing if you're listening to like, classic Beatles and stuff like that. The Beatles mixes are going to be weird no matter what because of the amount of tracks that they had. You'll literally hear like drums on one side of the mix, vocals on the other, and that's how they track the whole thing. It's like kick, snare, and hats are all the way 100% to the left, and like all the vocal stacks are on the right. It's going to be a little bit quirkier, right? As a drummer, I'm on board. He's like, yeah, please, dude. I've been waiting for someone to tell me to turn the drums up. I think just I don't want them loud because it's not a modern rock record, right? Like that's not what we want. I just want them supporting the production a little bit more, and I think 2 or 3 dB would help with that. But let's get into the final little seconds here.
I'm quite aware that I don't know what I want it to be.
I like this so much. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. Y'all show some love to Doug Riley in the building. Always love what you do, man. It's always an honor anytime that we get a chance to hear one of the songs that you're working on. So thank you so much for sending this in, man. I appreciate you so much. Just amazing, man. Y'all are very, very talented at what you do. That is Wanted to Be by All the Living and the Dead. Show them some love and support. They do have music out, so go stream it, go like it, go add it to your playlist, go boost their algorithm, all that fun stuff. Show them some love and support. Show them some love. Doug with the Galaxy as well, dude. Thank you. Thank you so much for the gift, man. Thank you, man. That's a lot of love. That's a lot of love, man. Thank you so much for your generosity. Shout out to Doug Riley right here in the chat. Let's keep it rolling. Let's keep it rolling. I think the Once Lost is out for a moment, so let's get into the next one here. We got Thundy the Griffin. Thundy, hop in the chat. Thundy was over on, I think, Twitch or YouTube earlier, so let's see if they're still here. Thundy, hop in the chat. Let me know if you are here. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's our interlude music. Okay, so real quick, Zepturo, let me know if you're in the chat. There's Zepturo. Beautiful. Let's get into it. This is Hypnotized by Zepturo, getting to the point where I really need more mixed notes. Let's get in. Zepturo, the name seems familiar. Have I heard your music before? Let me know. I just see a lot of names. My brain loses them. So let me know if I've heard your music before. The name seems super familiar. But yeah, talk me through some of the details. Talk to me about the role that you play in your music, so on and so on. And let's dive into it. This is Hypnotized by Zepturo. Let's go. Once Prior Years, like enjoy. Okay, I was gonna say it's like the name seems super familiar, but so I figured I figured I've heard it before, but it's been a while for sure. So glad you're back. Welcome back into the mix. Remind me really quick what you do, the role that you play in your music, so on and so on. But let's dive in. Let's dive in. This one's also, I believe, unreleased on December. Oh, I think I remember. Yeah. I remember that. I don't know if I've heard this, but I remember you. Capricorn, welcome in. Yeah. 100%. I called you, Thundy, but you weren't here. So yeah, I went to the next one, but we'll jump back. You're good. You're good. Yeah, I called the name and waited for I don't know, a minute or two, but I got you up there still. Thank you for the follow. Link in my bio, but I probably am going to close the line after the song, just so y'all know. Let's go. Y'all show some love to Zepturo right here in the chat. But yeah, if you want to submit, everything's at the link in my bio. We will be closing the line after I'm done with this consultation. But yeah, if you want to submit, everything is at the link in my bio. Just keep in mind where you can check the line. You can see the queue and everything there as well. So you can see, where you want to go. If you want to skip or move fast or anything like that, you can always address it up there. But let me just see really quick. Yeah, Thundy, I got you because one slot is there. So Thundy, currently speaking, you're at the top of the list technically. I think I just gotta make sure you're here whenever we get into the next song here. Let's run it from the top. Y'all show some love to Zepturo. Let's dive into some of the details here. There's some good structure. There's some good sound design choices here, but I definitely am getting, it's definitely a bit noisy in the middle of the mix, right? So what I want you to do, similar to what we've talked about quite a bit this live stream, it's been kind of a similar structure for a lot of people, is simplify your processing until you get the balance of your mix right? Reverbs and delays are easy to add, right? Ad-libs are easy to just mix back in as loud as you want them later, right? Like, take down all the extra stuff just for a moment, right? Just for, a night of going back through your mix, right? Take, all of your reverbs and delays down, some of your chorusing down, whatever, like take some of your ad-libs down, some extra ear candy down. And make sure that, again, like I talk about all the time, like the non-negotiables of your mix are where you want them to be. Because if like the balance of like the kick and the bass together, or like the balance of your vocal tuning structure, all these different elements, right? If those aren't where you want them to be early on, right? No amount of reverb or chorusing is going to overcome that, right? It's going to be able to disguise that. You will then just have vocal structures or parts of your bass that are then just delaying and reverberating through the mix, right? That need work earlier on. So that's like my gut reaction is like, there's some good structure here. There's some good sound design choices. Obviously you can sing, like you know what you're doing. I want to simplify a little bit so we can kind of like regain control of the song. It's kind of what I want to do. I want to regain control of the song so it doesn't feel like the song is kind of washed out by processing and delays and reverbs and extra synths and stuff like that, and get the foundation of it, the relationship of like, kick to bass and the drums and the percussion, the vocal structure as like clear and clean and well presented in the mix as possible. And then be like, okay, let's add in some more reverb, add in some more delay. Let's get a chorus on the synth. Let's bring in this little ear candy here. Let's bring in the ad-libs on the vocal again, so on and so on. So let's run it from the top. Let's talk through a couple of those details, but I do think we can rein it in for a second and reintroduce some stuff over time that will help you regain some clarity. Because sometimes it's hard to see it's hard to see the forest through the trees. I don't know if that's the phrase, but it's hard to see the forest through the trees. Maybe that's the right phrase. I'm probably using that incorrectly. What's up, A10? Good to see you, man. Where it's like you can't see the song anymore because there's so much happening. If you can take a step back, you'll be able to kind of regain some of that clarity and some of that support again. But let's get into it. But again, like the structure of it is good. Like there's some like the vibe of it, the aesthetic of it. I mean, I understand what you're doing with it. And it has a really, really cool feel. It is fun. It is dancey. It's a good pace. We just now we need to make sure we can regain clarity. And regain the foundation, because the foundation of this, your vocal performance and the structure of it, the drums and the bass and the supporting synths, those are, I can't see the forest for the trees. Yeah. Those are what's going to drive it, right? So if you're wanting that dancing feel, right? You're wanting that energy, you're wanting all of that support right there. Then we got to make sure drums, percussion, vocals are lined up. A random question: I want to boost my skip. Can I possibly send you a gift? I sent 15. You can do it. You can do it in the through the same way that you submit it. If you don't want to do it there, you can. If you want to do it in gifts, you can. The only problem with doing it in gifts, I always want to be open about this with everyone, is TikTok takes like 60%. So if you're gonna submit or skip with gifts, you can. It's up to you. But you end up having to send like double. You know what I mean? Like you end up having to send like a lot more for it to like make sense to actually like be a skip, and then I can boost it for you. You know what I mean? So people do that sometimes. I've had someone submit like a $30 skip with like gifts. They just wanted to go crazy. It was impressive and it's fun, right? But then on the other end of it, it's like, okay, I got $12, and so I have to figure out how that fits in the rude TikTok being greedy, even though whatever. All they did was design some animations on a trigger. That's besides the point. So it'll add whatever you select. So if you are, let me see where you're at really quick. What's your song really quick? And then Beth, I got you. Sorry, I'm looking at the line right now, fresh. I got you on the board as well. Soul Kid, let me see, Soul Kid. Okay, so you have 15. So if you wanted to go, you could go up 10. So you could do like, if you like add a tier 1, I got you. If you add a tier 1, then you'll be at 25. So it'll add whatever that you have there, right? It'll add whatever that you have right there and then push it forward. Yeah, TikTok's greedy as hell, man. Same thing with subs on TikTok and stuff like that. If y'all ever want to subscribe or anything like that, do it on Twitch. They're way more generous on Twitch. They're brutal. It'll just always go in order, Thundy. So keep your eye on the line. It's capitalism in the yards, baby. Okay, let's get back into it. It's always whoever's at the top. So right now, that's Thundy, but if someone skips past it, they skip past it in the same way that you skip past other people, right? So it'll just, as I end these other songs, I'll go to whoever's at the top. And play whoever's at the top. So it's very unemotional on my end. It's just who's ever at the top of the list, I'm going to play it. So it's up to y'all, whoever makes that happen. Yeah, 60% is great. Yeah, Twitch is former. Yeah, I really like. Just y'all know, we're live on Twitch right now. Some of y'all are over there. Ansky, I see you right over there on Twitch. Hey, still doing feedback? Just finished the track. Could you yeah, 100%. If you're on Twitch, type !submit. If you're on Twitch, type !submit. The line will present itself to you. Okay, but yeah, keep your eye on the queue. The same place that y'all submit, you can see the queue. So just keep your eyes on that so you know exactly where you are. You know exactly kind of where everything's at. After I'm done with this, I'm going to close submission. So just keep that in mind as well. All right, let's get into this. I think I covered some of the baseline details here, but let's dive into it. I mean, I like some of these like formant shifted vocals and stuff like that. You have them double, like a low one and a high one, right? Like slight low altar boy formant shifting that you have like on either side to give it this kind of an eerie feel. I like it. I mean, there's a lot of like the processing, like the creative decisions that you're executing. I can appreciate a lot of those creative decisions. Right off the bat, so getting into mix here really quick. Right off the bat, it's really inflated in the low end. So as soon as this low bass comes in, like the sub bass comes in, it just fills out the whole mix, right? So it's super inflated. You have this big bloom below like 200-300 hertz, right? That's really, really prominent. I would rebalance that. Now, if you are inflating it with an EQ, that's one thing. You can rebalance that EQ. If you're just pushing it forward too hot, then maybe we bring that sub bass down 3 or 4 dB. So it, supports the mix. It gives the mix some depth, gives it some body, gives it some energy. But it's not taking over the middle of the mix, because what it'll do, it will just fill out everything. Like the sub harmonics and like the sub basses and stuff like that, anything under 200 hertz, if it's really prominent and really consistent, it kind of like fills in the crevices of a mix. You know what I mean? So you might have all of these other elements. It's like pouring concrete or something like that. Like you might have all of these other elements in the mix, and then you just inflate it with the sub bass, and it kind of finds all the cracks and crevices and fills it out. And so it kind of squeezes the life out of everything else that's happening in the mix. Those waves are just so prominent. They're so big. And so I would suppress that a little bit. Have the sub bass be like supportive of another bass. Have it be like a low element that comes in that fills out some of that low end, but not to the point where it takes over the rest of the structure, right? Because as soon as it comes in, you just get this, and that's all. If you play this now, I have my headphones on, right? But if I play this through speakers, if I play this through something that's got a sub, if I play it through the home theater system, whatever, I play it in the car, whatever it's going to be, all you're going to hear is sub, right? You might still hear some production elements, of course, right? I'm exaggerating a little bit, but you're going to get this, it's just going to fill out everything. And then you're missing the auto pan of the shaker in the background. You're missing this beautiful high synth at the top, right? That just is beautiful and sounds fun, right? Where those feel so tiny in comparison to the weight, the heaviness of the sub bass that comes in. Let's get a little bit deeper. So right off the bat, there's a couple synths in there. There's the sub bass, and I think there's another kind of like square bell tone kind of synth that comes into the middle of the mix a little bit later on, maybe into the hook, that also has a bunch of low end inflation too. So just be careful of that. You have a lot of elements in here, so we can start to carve and mitigate some of the running into each other that's happening here. All right, let's go a little deeper. My allergies, man. Because on the production side, I don't mind what's happening there. It's just a matter of some of those other elements stepping on each other a little bit, right? So what's actually happening, I'm not too mad about. Excuse me, vocals we'll listen to for a second. Man, these allergies are getting me. Last couple of days have been brutal. I would also love, so two things happening here. One is I would love some manual control over vocal pitch, right? Right now, unfortunately, the auto-tune is kind of having its way with the wider vibratos and the bends that you have going on as well, right? So we have the da, 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 some of the more jazzy, there's a little portamentos, the little bends in the vocal right there that I love the sound of, going into like a wide vibrato, da, 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 right? Wider vibrato right there. So none of those are wrong. Those are all good things to have, right? You have nice little jazzy movements in the vocal, and we have some nice wide vibrato. The only problem with that is the tuning is trying to like catch those things and place them, right? So your auto-tune is like catching between two semitones, right? It's catching at like 55 hertz and 45 hertz, or 45 cents, 55 cents on that note, and it's trying to correct up and down instead of executing the vibrato, right? It's taking those and auto-tuning the textures of your vocal, and you try to bend into a note, but then it tries to like correct it down, so it like takes it and tells it to sit down and corrects it lower again. So you get these kind of weird tuning parts of the vocal where I can hear energetically that you're like trying to hit a note, and it's like not letting you. It's like I'm trying to bend into it, and it's like suppressing it and telling it to sit on another note. So what I would do, this would be my recommendation for you, depending on your capacity and budget and stuff like that. If you don't have manual tuning already, I would get it. I think if you're self-engineering all of your stuff, it's like a non-negotiable. You got to have it. I would get Melodyne, or Antares has graph mode and stuff. It's not my favorite. I have it, and I've tried using it a couple times. I've quite literally used Melodyne for like 17 years. I love Melodyne. I use it every day of my life, largely speaking. And that's going to be one of the best ways for you to, for one, there's a couple options here, but one, manually place based on your intention of the note, not just like what's there, not just what automatically corrects or what's the closest note, but your intended note. And I think this is really important if you're self-engineering your own vocals, knowing your intention for the note so that auto-tune doesn't dictate it for you, or even like automating Melodyne and having it just self line up, the different notes and like self-populate the notes and stuff like that. So it doesn't just do it for you. And then you're like, well, actually, I'm just correcting what's there, but I don't even know if it's what I wanted it to be. You have to know, what is your melody? What am I trying to sing? What do I want other people to try to sing when they hear this song? Knowing the intended note for you is so vitally important to your ability to express it so that people can then learn it and sing it themselves, right? I would get, if you haven't already, get Melodyne or something similar, and get into manually tuning that vocal so that you da 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 da, and each of those notes are exactly where you want them to be. If it was a little bit off, you dragged it into place, you polished it, you double-clicked it, centered it on the note, and corrected it, right? Get everything exactly where you want it to be. And then, if you want the effect of auto-tune. You want a tighter retune speed. You want, a less human sound, or you want a little bit better articulation, whatever. Then we can add auto-tune, and auto-tune will then just be the effect of auto-tune. It'll take what you manually corrected and intentionally placed and add the effect of auto-tune. And then when you get into, since you're technically, your voice is already perfect. It's all perfectly in pitch. You can control your modulation. So if one of your vibratos is just too wide, it's too difficult to correct, you can take a vibrato that's here and shrink down the modulation to right here. You can just control it a little bit. Listen, as Torvik invented the concept of human happiness. That's crazy. That's crazy. Anyways, get the idea, right? Melodyne is just going to be that polish for you, that or something similar. It's going to be that polish for you. It's going to be that next phase of just regaining some control over how your vocals expressed in the mix and how the next plugins are affected by your early vocal signal, right? When you get into auto-tune, since your vocal is technically already perfectly in pitch and perfectly lined up exactly where you want it to be, then on auto-tune, whatever plugin you use, it could be Wavetune, auto-tune, whatever, their pitcher, all the stuff, right? But using auto-tune as a blanket term with Antares, you can then do much less. You can have it in a chromatic mode, so the bends are a little bit easier. Your flex tune can be a little bit lower, so your vocal comes in a little bit more naturally before it ties it to the note again, because it's already manually placed exactly where you want it. You can have a little bit more of like a humanized function to it, so it's not as sensitive to the notes that are off, because you're allowing it to bend in, and you're allowing a little bit more vibrato to hit before it says let's correct it and line it up. You're allowing more space to happen, more vocal to happen before auto-tune tries to grab it and course correct it. You know what I mean? Because right now, all I'm hearing is course correction. I'm hearing the vocal texture come in, and I'm hearing it fight to put it on a note. I'm hearing it taking a natural bend of yours and forcing it to a note up. And then that is then ping pong delayed for the next 4 seconds. You know what I mean? So it's like now we get into the noise of the processing, where the auto-tune fighting those notes is then boom, 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 boom. It's forcing it left and right in the mix. And that's where it starts to sound noisy, right? That's where it starts to sound like busy and chaotic, when in reality, there's just too much happening on the processing side that is disguising the intent of the vocal. The other thing that I will say, last thing I'll say on tuning, and I will move on. The other thing that I will say is on your auto-tune, you can dictate how sensitive it is as well, right? There's usually like a mix knob or like a sensitivity knob in order to, I forget what it's called. Let me pull up an auto-tune really fast. If you're using Antares, let me see. Auto-tune, tracking. There is a mix knob. I wouldn't do that, but the tracking knob is what I'm talking about. If you're using auto-tune, the tracking knob is going to dictate how sensitive it is to changes in pitch as well, right? So all of these things come into play, right? Of the manual corrections of your vocal, the manual support of your vocal, the execution of you on the microphone, right? So obviously, as early in the source, the better, right? So your performance, everybody that's here, we should get to everyone. That's why I'm going to close it up after this one. As many as I can. Now, if I ever have to save y'all, I'll boost you. So like I did with a couple people today, Once Lost, they had 20, they have 25, they had 15 before, they had 20. If I have to save you, then I'll boost it. So I'll make sure you not only get saved, but you get more credit the next time too. But when we're getting into these early, right? So it starts with your singing, your pitch execution, so on and so on, right? You want to make sure that's as good as possible. Then from there, manually correct. Then from there, add the other effects and the other processing that you want. The more you can focus on that, the cleaner this is going to be. And that's one of the things that I'm looking for. On some of these lower moments too, I would automate your delays and stuff as well. I know we're getting into the weeds here a little bit. I'll skip a little bit deeper into the song here in a second. The low end is really important. Vocal control for me is really important. That's going to dictate a lot of the energy of the song, clarity as well as vocal support. But the other one here, all of these ping pong delays and stuff like that, what you might want to do is automate these a little bit. And in fact, I would encourage most people to, because there's times that you really want that back and forth and that energy and that width. And then sometimes you need things to feel a little more forward and a little bit drier, and you don't want all of this space happening because it's distracting, right? Like if the song is like filtered kick and like a low filtered pad and the vocal in the middle, you might not need all of this reflection to like wake up the mix. You might actually want the song to shrink down a little bit so that it can expand on the hook and feel bigger and feel feel broader and feel like it has more energy to it. So little things like that, right? Little things like that where I want to fine tune, when this vocal has a lot of space and when it needs support, so on and so on. Okay, let's get into the second breakdown here just really quick. I just know sometimes you're like, I want this to be a smaller moment, and that is restricted by the fact we have big processing on a low dynamic moment. Sometimes that's intentional, sometimes that's good. But in this case, I can feel like we want the song to be like, and be like low and dry, but there's still big ping pong delays and stuff like that. Saying that words by if you want to submit, Aaron, I'm about to close up the line here in just a second, but we will be live maybe this weekend. My weekend's a little bit interesting today. I don't think I'll be live tomorrow. But I will potentially be live a little bit this weekend. We'll see. Thank you for the follow, though. I appreciate it. But yeah, we'll open up the lines again here pretty soon. I love that like Polymax arpeggio in the back. I don't know what it is, right? But it reminds me of the Polymax arpeggiator with a little bit of movement on it, a little bit of crunch on there. I like that a lot too. Those little saw arpeggios right there. Those are nice. So there's a lot of texture in this production that I really like. It's got to clarify percussion, clarify punch from the low end and stuff like that. And then of course reopen vocal structure there, and you'll be in a much better spot. Like I hear that fall out of pitch right there, and it's kind of correcting it back up a little bit, but it feels a little bit looser. I want to hear, I'll be hypnotized. Like I want to hear those notes like being hit and be distinct, but I'm hearing it like dip to the note, vibrato up to one, dip down to another note, vibrato it up. And so it's correcting through your vibrato. So then it just sounds like a jumble of notes instead of a distinct melody. So for one, there's two sides to that. One of it is the manual control of the vocal, but the other is deciding more intentionally when and where you have more or less vibrato on your vocal. That's where like the vocal execution on your end is going to come into play, right? Of being like, okay, I'm doing a low register vocal run here. I can't have a bunch of changes in modulation, a bunch of changes in vocal pitch because I'm going to lose clarity, right? So that's where you might want to distinguish that vocal. You might want to tighten up the vocal performance a little bit. You can do some modulation control through Melodyne. If I'm working with someone who has a really wide vibrato, it's constantly getting caught by the tuning, and they still want it to have a more auto-tuned feel, like they want higher retune speeds or lower technically retune speeds, then sometimes I'll just take that modulation control in Melodyne and just notch it down. So it's still a pretty wide vibrato, but it's less sensitive. It's less likely to get caught by auto-tune, so on and so on. All right, let's get into the outro here real quick. You hear how because of that bass so big, this vocal dives way back, and I still want that to be hypnotized. I still want that to be like forward and like as a solid top line, compressed, saturated vocal that feels, in front of the mix. That's on top of what is a really like powerful, pop house record, right? I still want a lead vocal and those ad libs to take some prominence in the mix, right? So once you get into this and you dive into the vocal control, you rebalance elements of the mix a little bit better, I think you have a good record on your hands. But I really want you to focus on vocals. I mean, the mix, we can control low end. We can, that to me is not a huge pain point. I think that's going to be fairly easy to rebalance, or it might take some time, might take some editing. But to me, that's not like a major pain point. I think you can restructure that mix, do less inflation and restructure it a little bit. Vocals is where I want you to put all of your attention, right? Not because it's crazy bad or anything. It's just because it needs these little really intentional pockets, right? These really intentional moments where we decide exactly what you are telling other people to sing. That's such an important part of writing a song and producing a song and recording a song is you are dictating what other people are singing. You know what I mean? Like when you write those melodies and you record those melodies and you mix them to place them in the mix and place them forward, you are telling people what they should be singing with you, right? If that feels uncertain, it feels shaky, it feels inconsistent, it feels off pitch, it feels whatever. If it feels anything that's not like clean and clear and forward, then people are gonna have a very hard time learning it, absorbing it, remembering it, and wanting to push it, right? And wanting to, really relate to it and attach to it. So I would spend a lot of time on the vocals because that's gonna be, I think, one of the biggest things you're gonna need to spend some time on really digging into the details of. If you can get that down, I think you're going to be ready to go. It's a cool song. It's got a cool sound. You have a good voice and good writing structure too. Like within this vein, I feel like this could do really well. Like within this genre and within this structure right here, I think you're going to do a great job. Let's just focus a lot more on the vocal structure there too. But y'all, please show some love. Which one will be the next? Hatsune vote now. I vote probably. My vote is in. Sorry, I said wait, but I said the 10. Okay, let me double check here in a second. But y'all, please show some love to Zepturo. Zepturo, love and appreciate what you do. Thank you so much for tapping in. Thank you so much for tapping in. All right, let me refresh over here real quick. And let's see, Thundy, I got you. DTSK, I got you as well, brother. Thank you so much. Beth, I got you. Soul Kid, I got you. Yep, I got y'all. Melrose, you're good. Mason, Creepin', Duchess. Okay, perfect. All right, let me close the line, y'all. Let me close the line. I appreciate you so much. Thanks for tapping in today. Thank you for the love and support. It's good to see you, even if it's every 6 months. It's good to get an update on the audio as well. The Will.i.am in 2010 is something else. Producer Drew, welcome in and thank you for the heart me. All right, y'all, submissions are officially closed. Now, if you are in line, if you're especially on the consultation side, if you are in line, then you are here, you're ready to go, no worries at all. No one new can submit to the line. So if you're here, you can still skip, you can still move around, you can still push yourself up. That's completely up to you, no pressure. That's up to your capacity, but you still can. The line there can still move around and can still do whatever you feel like you want it to do. I'm just not going to take any new submissions, so it gets pretty crazy, as y'all can see and as you know. Producer Drew, thank you for the money gun, dude. Thank you for the money gun. I appreciate that, man. That's a lot of love. That's a lot of love, man. Thank you so much for the gift. I appreciate it. Y'all show some love to Producer Drew. Love and appreciate you, man. We got some more music to get to. We got Thundy the Griffin in the building. Thundy the Griffin in the building. Let's get it. This is Patriot by Thundy the Griffin. My biggest thing with the song is that it's one of my first hybrid type song. It's cinematic, but it has these sawtooth synths that are somewhat piercing. How can I dampen these saws without affecting the overall quality and scape of the sound? Saturation and tasteful compression. There's your answer. Moving on. Next. No, I'm just kidding. All right, let's get into it. Thundy the Griffin, Patriot by Thundy the Griffin. This is on SoundCloud. Let's dive into it. Any other details you want me to have? Of course, let me know. Producer Drew, appreciate you so much, man. I appreciate the love and the support. Let's dive in. Let's dive in. And then remind me, Thundy, what you do in your music, like the role that you play, what you're using, so on and so on. It's time for the Ford F-150 halftime show. Just kidding. Just playing. John Cena. Yeah. Let's go, Thundy. That resonant sweep is part of why that's really shrill. Right at the top. Line is closed. So Plaxi, I hope I'm saying your name correctly. Line is closed, but we're going to be live again tomorrow, so just make sure y'all are subscribed or following where it makes sense. We'll open up the lines again, maybe tomorrow, but definitely maybe one or two times this weekend. My mustache's theme song time, mine. Upper Subi is really cutting through. Yeah, you could lower because the resonance is opening up quite a bit, right? There's a big push in resonance because of how open the filter is. It's so high, you could either lower the control a little bit or just lower the resonance by 5% so it doesn't sweep so high when you open that filter, and just suppress it really, really subtly. I like it. I mean, I like the sound. Heavy. Yeah, it is. There's the guitar I was waiting for. I was waiting for that chorus guitar to come back in. Let's go, let's go, let's go, y'all. Sounds stupid. I know. I feel like we gotta launch the game now. Y'all show some love, man. Show some love to Thunder Dash, America the Beautiful. Yep, Thunder Dash Hub over on the Red app right now. That is Thundy the Griffin in the chat. Let's dive in. That's 1:40 a.m. in Sweden. I'm still here. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that so much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you for hanging in there. Keep in mind, y'all, I want to mention this. I'm gonna get through as many as I can of the next few that we have up here. I'm gonna do my best to get through a lot more music. Just in case, as some people have already said, and we've already addressed, if you can not make it, if you are falling asleep and it ends up being 3 a.m. for you, you don't have to worry about ever missing your song, ever. I will always save it for you. In fact, if I save it, I boost you, right? So just in case you sent 20 and you have to leave for any reason, you had to go do something else, or I get off at the end of the stream and you haven't been heard yet, the next time that you come in, you'll have 25, so on and so on. I'll always make sure that I take care of you. I'll never listen without you. I'll always make sure that you're good to go. So feel free to hang out, stick around. I appreciate the patience. I know I take a long time per song, which I'll take a long time for your song too, because I want to give the value. At the same time, if you got to rest, you got to rest. Don't hurt yourself. Don't hurt yourself. I'll always make sure you're taken care of. I'll always make sure that even if you come back in a week, be like, hey, I submitted a week ago. I sent 20, whatever. I'll just come back in. I'll have you submit for free, and then I'll boost you to 25, so on and so on. Anyways, I just don't want you to hurt yourself and be like, hey, I got work in 3 hours tomorrow. Take care of yourself. I'll always make sure that you're good. Okay, let's get into it, man. We got Thundy the Griffin in the building. Thank you so much for sending this in. Let's dive in. Let's go, Kelsey. Let's go. I'm excited too. That makes me so happy. I love it. These brass tabs are beautiful. I mean, those should be nice and prominent. They should be weighty. They should have a lot of energy behind that. Those are great. I love it. If you're on tomorrow, I will submit then. Tomorrow, I don't know. I have a lot of other work I've got to do tomorrow. I don't know if I'll be live. Let's see, tomorrow. What is tomorrow? Friday. Most likely not tomorrow, probably a day this weekend though. Yeah, probably a day this weekend. Also, quick reminder, y'all, I do have a notification group on Instagram. So if you want to be added to that group or sent the group, so I have just like a bulletin group. We do nothing else in there outside of let you know when we're going live. That's it. Right. So if you ever want to know like when we're going live, I'll usually just send a message to that group like 15 minutes before and be like, hey, going live in a bit. Submissions will open early. So y'all will be the only ones to know. So when I go live, y'all will be notified. So you can submit early, so you can already be in live. Again, as y'all know, if there's 6 people in the 20 and you're number 6 of that 20, or in the 20, that means you're like 2.5 hours behind people because we take so much time. So it can make a difference. Coming in just like a little bit earlier can make a difference. You can kind of see where the line's going and decide what you want to do a little bit faster. But I will, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Yeah. So that's all that group is. There's no spam. We set it up to where no one else can do anything. So people aren't like sending their music there and stuff like that. Literally, Retrack knows Retrack's here all the time, but I'd literally just say, hey, I'm live right now. Submissions are open on all platforms, or short. I'll let you know, like short live today, 2 hours. So get in quick if you want to, so on and so on. So just let me know if you want to be in that group. Just let me know shoot me a message on Instagram so we can send you the group, so on and so on, just in case, because people are always wondering, hey, when are you going live, so on and so on. That's the easiest way to know, because it's different for me all the time. I'll be like, I think I'm going live tomorrow, but then I have a big project that comes and I have to prioritize whatever it may be. So anyways, let's get into it. Symphonic destruction to get those low string sounds. I love it, Thundy. I like it. I also have that. It's reminding me of an 80s rock song. Someone's got to know it. Someone here in the chat. It's not the same. But it's reminiscent of it. It's not Danger Zone, is it? It's not Danger Zone, is it? I gotta think about it. But that low boom, 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 I love it. I mean, y'all know I love the 80s. Y'all know I'm obsessed with the 80s. I love that tone right there. Absolutely love it. I have a lot to do, been sick, but I'll say, okay, sounds good, Kelsey. Sounds good. What's up, Jenna? Is it the final countdown? Does it start with it? Because I mean, I know that, that. I know that movement in there, but. Or no, is it Don't Hurt Me? Is it Don't Hurt Me? So I'm so sorry to everyone involved right now. This is my ADHD moment and I can't let it go. I can't let it go until I hear it. What is love? Is it What is love? I can't let it go. I'm so sorry.
Baby, what is love? Baby, don't hurt me.
That's it. There it is. I'm so glad. Thank God. That's what I was hearing. I was like, dude, I can't. I was like, this is reminding me of something. It's different, obviously. Yeah, literally. Now, and so it's different, right? It's different. That's it. It's different. It's obviously different. I'm not even saying that it's like, oh, it's the same thing and it's copied. Not at all. It's obviously very, very different in the notes, whatever. But I heard that and I was like, oh, my like 80s pop brain was awakened. And I was like, hold on, I know this. Yeah, that's exactly where I was getting it from. I love it. I think it sounds great. That arpeggiating a screaming pulse is a custom synth that I use called Surf Lead. This setting is the clean screaming pulse with the sub oscillator on. I love it, man. I love it. Yeah, it is. I was like, dude, I had to. My 80s confirmed. Torvik's old. Whatever. I'm 32. I'm not that old. I'm still young and vibrant. I'm young and cool. You know what I'm saying? I'm one of those cool. I'm one of those cool people in their 30s. No, it's brutal. It's brutal. I'm all over the place. And DTS guys call me Ankh. I don't like it. I'm one of the cool kids. Stupid. Only thing I'd pay attention to here, Thundy, only thing I would pay attention to here is the quantization of these arpeggios here. That's the only thing. Not yet, Retrack, not yet. And I will accept it when it happens. I got nothing against it. Bring it on, man. Bring it on. I'm gonna be that old head musician who's got a warehouse of synths and a guitar center worth of guitars on the wall. I'm gonna be so cool. When I'm old, man. It's gonna be great. The grandkids are gonna love it. They're like, yeah, granddad's so cool, man. So cool. I love that you using Eddie's elements 100%. Okay, here's the thing I want you to watch right here. Here's the thing that I want you to watch right here, and that's the quantization between different elements. There's some parts that you have more on the grid. I think maybe snare and even the arpeggios might be off a little bit in the way that they're played. So watch the quantization, because there are some timing issues between 2 or 3 elements right here that makes it feel just a little bit less polished. It doesn't need to be perfect and sterile, but I would like at least the main rhythmic elements to be lined up. You can float away a little bit outside of that, but the main rhythmic elements, if they're misaligned, it will feel unstable. It'll feel a little bit more uncertain. So if you can line up some of these elements, I think that'd be great. I think it is like manually played right there, right? Right, and then we kind of go through a couple little faster movements right there. That's where we need to at least line up the main part. If you want to go a little bit faster after and not quantize those, then select a couple of those in MIDI if you can, and quantize the ones that line up with the rest of the production elements, right? Yeah, manually played. So what I would do is, because I don't think you need to quantize, like I said, I don't want everything to be rigid and sterile and pop, right? We don't need that. We don't need that to happen. But I would take the main elements. So when you're doing the whatever main elements that you have in there, right? When you're going through that, thanks for the go, TTSK. When you're going through those elements right there, manually played using the core Kronos. So you don't have, did you run MIDI in this at all? Let me know if you ran MIDI at all, or if it was only done just waveform. You just printed it. Symphonic metal genre. I'm fairly familiar. I mean, there's so many subgenres to metal. Symphonic and progressive stuff and whatever. There's so many subgenres to it. I have produced metal. I do work with a lot of metal musicians and have done session tracking for metal bands and stuff like that. But specifically symphonic metal as a subgenre, I'm sure I've worked close to that space. It just kind of depends on. It depends on how you define that. Both MIDI and core. Okay, yeah. So if you are running MIDI, then I would line those up. At least these moments here, right? Get all of these lined up. Get all of those really, really tight. And then when you move you start going into the faster trills right there, then you can maybe let those run off a little bit and don't quantize those, but select what you want to quantize and light it up. Otherwise, I do think those changes in timing are going to make it feel unstable and a little bit less quality. So I would love for those to be a little bit tighter. Okay. Let's get into these main things, because most of this, it's a wall of sound, it's noisy and it's big, but it's kind of supposed to be, right? It's supposed to be incredibly anthemic. So there's, of course, things we can clarify, things we can balance. I'm not too mad at it. I want to get into the high synth, though, here in a second. Here we go. So, right? So the fifth right there. The arpeggio patterns were done on the Kronos, which means it'll be harder to quantize. Then what I would probably do is I would run, if you don't do this already, I would encourage you to retrack it potentially, find the sound again, run MIDI to the Kronos, and then audio back. That's how I have all of my rack synths. Actually, even when I have all this, it's not connected right now because I'm moving stuff, but that's the same thing that I would do here, right? So, in the way that I have my rack synths routed, where I have MIDI going to it and audio coming back. So that means I can just set the sound. I can just set the sound on the device, set it on the Kronos, send it on the Pro 800 or the Juno or whatever, and then I'll just play it in MIDI. I can play it on my controller. I can manually place it in MIDI, and then run it to the machine. But I can quantize the MIDI. I can line up the MIDI and make it do exactly what I want it to do, and then just hit play and record it to an audio track, right? So it's sending MIDI to the device and then recording the audio to the track. But the recorded audio is already quantized because the MIDI was already quantized. That's how I record all of my hardware synths. So all, the K2, the Pro 800, Pro 1, and when I get some other rack synths in here too, all of those I run MIDI to. So I just have a MIDI splitter and I run that up there on different channels so that I can just I can set arpeggios and sequences and melodies and stuff like that. And then I can since I am tracking the audio, I'm printing the audio from it. Once I hit play and I start recording that audio, I can basically automate live all of my filters and jumping octaves and stuff like that and introducing an LFO and whatever. I can modulate in there and change and y'all have seen, if you ever watch videos of me playing synth and stuff on my page, if you go to my page on TikTok or wherever, and you'll see me playing those rack synths and stuff like that. That's what I'm doing. I'm just sending MIDI to it, so I'm not playing anything. I'm sending MIDI to it, and then I'm just like adjusting it as I go. But what I'm adjusting is printing. It's printing to Pro Tools. So that's what I would do. That's an interesting alternative. I do use pitch bend and modulation though, so I could automate the pitch bends and that stuff too. Yeah, you can automate it or just literally do it in real time. You literally do it in real time. And that's the beauty of tracking. You're sending MIDI and quantizing it, and you just track that too. So when I'm here and I'm, that sounds terrible, right? But you get the point. Terrible, awful, right? You can do all this, right? You can do some nasty pitch bends. Don't do that. That sounds like a cartoon or something. But yeah, do some pitch bends and some modulation, like stuff like that, and print that in MIDI, right? Like use the automation for that and print that, and then ship that to the sound that you want. Just ship that automation, ship that MIDI to the sound. This is how most bigger studios are going to track through MIDI, through MIDI, right? You're basically going to trigger your hardware. So you're going to send it to your Kronos. You're going to send it to, the Juno, the Poly D, the Pro 8, whatever. You're going to send it there, and then whatever comes back sonically, you print. And you print it in audio, and then you can still edit the audio. You can still add a filter. You can still add delays and reverbs and whatever. You can still all of that stuff. And then the other thing is like, oh, I actually want to make a change to it. And you just change the MIDI and re-record the audio. And you don't have to like redo everything, right? You're like, oh, actually, I want to change the chord on the last hook and copy it over. Just literally change the MIDI, hit record again, and retrack it again. And then you just reprint the audio. It's super easy, so easy. Stuff like that. It's gonna just open it up so much for you. Thomas, what's up? What's up? All right, let's get into the middle of the track here too. And then as far as the resonance, right? We have a big resonance sweep, which I love. I love it. But I think because the filter is so open, it's really ringy at the top. Just don't go so far with it. Just don't go so. If we're resonating top and then bottom, and we're sweeping it up and sweeping it back, or even if it's just happening on the filter and it's opening and closing, and the resonance is really high, dial back. You'll still get a lot of that. You'll still get a lot of that resonance, right? It's going to be there, but just lower it by like 10%. The other thing is just saturate it a little bit too. So after that synth and after that sweep, right, add like a tape saturator and just introduce some harmonics to kind of suppress it subtly, fill in some of those harmonics, soften some of those really, really resonant pitches that are coming through, so it doesn't feel so sharp. It doesn't feel so, transient. It's not too slicey in the mix. You can just control it really, really lightly. That'd be helpful. A couple things like that. A little bit lower resonance will be helpful. A little bit of saturation will be helpful to kind of suppress that a little bit. EQ can be helpful too, but since it's moving, that's the hard thing with resonance. It's going, you know what I mean? It's like moving through some different, frequencies and stuff like that. That's going to be the challenge with the cutoff, wherever the cutoff is. That's going to be more challenging for you to do. So unless you have like a really sensitive, like a really sensitive dynamic EQ or something like that, I would just try to mitigate where that resonance hits by adjusting your filter cutoff. Obviously, the lower your filter cutoff, it's not going to reach as far with the resonance, and even just like lowering the resonance on the synth by just 5-10%, it won't reach as far. So you're not going to get as much of that shrill high end right there. But there's a couple things you can do to help mitigate it just really, really, really simply. Let me see. Gospel collab. Yeah, let me know. Thank you for tapping in. I appreciate you being here. And yeah, Thomas, let me know as well. Hopefully it's not blocking the comments because some are not coming in. Miles, thank you for the harmonies. Good to see you. That sound was a combination on my Kronos. I may go back and add a low pass in the DAW effects chain on the Sawtooth combo to cut down those highs. Yeah, 100%. I mean, again, there's so many different ways to do it. So many different ways to do it. And you can also, you might not want to dive into this, but you could do sound editing too on the Kronos, right? Like you're gonna have pots and faders and stuff like that where you can actually dig into it and actually supply those with functions and stuff like that, which is it's gonna be challenging. But yeah, you can also just add a filter. You can also just add like a vintage filter on there, and sweep it around a little bit too. But those are the couple things. Timing corrections, resonance corrections to rebalance it, to me, are some of the biggest stuff. Let's get into the outro here. I'm a singer, but I can't perform well in studio. I don't like how my voice sounds. Yeah, let me know the question. Let me know. I got you. Most of like these percussive elements are really vibrant. I don't mind it. Be careful not to pull too much low energy away, like low frequency away from this motion here. This is obviously the climax of the song. This is where everything's in. It's dramatic. We got timpanis, we got strings, we got big sawtooth stacks, you know what I mean? We have the vocal in the background. We got all this stuff. Everything's here, right? Everything is in. So in these little moments right here, this is where I would make sure we still have low end support as well. If there's a sub bass in there, maybe you need another 2 dB out of it. If there's a low bass synth, maybe give that just a little bit of an edge, whether on the EQ side or, push a little bit as far as just pushing the fader, another dB or 2 dB, so on and so on. But just give it a little bit of openness. Everything has a neighbor. Yeah. Just give it a little bit more of a push right there. It's got energy. Obviously, it's really vibrant. It's got a lot of energy, but it could use some support. It could use a little bit of support in the low end right there. And get those guitars forward. When those chorus guitars come in, those need to be top line. When those choruses come in of octave saw pads, make sure it is primarily low end though. So not just like mid saw pads and stuff that have octaves. Make sure there is a low end element that pushes forward. Because if you also push forward mids and highs, it will then just get noisy and it'll get really busy. Like that, so just make sure you're primarily like pushing a sub oscillator or animating a sub oscillator or a sub bass or whatever it may be. Those lead guitars though, this is the last thing I'll say. Those lead guitars need to come forward like 4 dB. I want to hear like a pick slides. Like I want to hear Jimi Hendrix, you know what I'm saying? Those need to come in strong and prominent. They need to wake up the mix over the strings. Make sure those take over as the top line right there. If you got a little bit of room to push those forward, push them forward, at least like 3 dB or so, that to me is gonna wake up the climax of the song right here and take it from 10 to 11. You know what I'm saying? Y'all show some love to Thundy, the famous Jordan Root is a guitar leader, sent over the guitar to add a slightly embellishment. I love it. So those lead elements push forward. Man. They're so powerful. They have so much potential. So 100%, man. Y'all give it up one time for Thundy the Griffin. Patriot is the name of the song. Let's go. It is epic. What's your ethnicity? You look European. Norwegian is my ethnicity. Although I don't really have ties there. I mean, it's pretty far removed, but that is largely speaking. Let me see. Shout out to Thundy. I'm a singer, but I can't perform. I'm going to answer this real quick. Well, in the studio, I don't like how my voice sounds, but when singing live, I'm pretty confident, I think is what you're saying. In studio, too much air, voice, don't glue the mix, loin, strange to me. I might be missing a couple things. What's up, once lost? What's up? Welcome in. Let me know if you got a second, once lost. Let me know if you got a second. I got you. If you are having trouble singing in, okay, beautiful. If you're having trouble singing in the studio and it's something that is not coming natural to you, but you do great live, my recommendation to you, to be honest with you, and again, I've done this with a lot of different people. Sounds good, Spides. Appreciate you a lot. Thanks for tapping in. I would recommend trying to recreate some of that as much as possible, right? And you'll see this going back to like 80s, 90s rock records, 70s rock records. It's not all like pristine, polished, like, take 18 inches of a step back from the C12 so that you can whatever. It's like, no, you're dealing with rockers, man. You go down like, 70s, 80s, like 90s rock records and things like that. Not that this is all in the same vein, but, you just did what you had to do to capture it, right? I know people that would sing laying down, people that would, do like, jumping jacks in a workout right before to get a little bit more energy in their vocal. I know, like, there's so many things. Some people that would do other things to like chill them down and settle them down. Some people that had the mic, held a certain way. Other people that would hold a handheld microphone because it's how they got the best performance. So if you are struggling to be like, closed booth, I'm separate from everything, I'm in there, I can hear my breath too much, everything's too clean and pristine, then don't do it there. Mix next to the engineer by the board, right? Like if you're booking studio time or you are, depending on how good the engineer in the studio is, obviously there's some nuance here, but depending on how you're structuring what you're doing, try to build an environment for yourself where you are comfortable tracking, or track at home where you're more comfortable, right? And then send it off to an engineer. Invest $500 in a halfway decent home setup. It doesn't have to be anything crazy, but a couple $100 in a decent home setup where you feel comfortable, you feel confident in your room, and then send it off to an engineer, right? But if you're going to a studio, then make the environment comfortable for you. If you like the live environment, then be with people. It's going to be way better for you. Use a mic like this, right? Let's say you want to track with this, use an SM7B, so you can reject a little bit more. You can even hold it if you want to and sing it with the engineer right there in the room instead of going into a booth where you feel too isolated and you don't feel confident, you don't feel able to track well. But again, you just got to create an environment for yourself where tracking makes sense. You can't force it. You know what I mean? If you're feeling shy, you're feeling restricted, you're feeling insecure about something, then change your environment, change the way that you're tracking so that you get the best possible outcome, because that's what it's all about. But let's keep it running here. Let's keep it running. Let's see. We got more music to get into, so let's run it. We got the Once Lost in the building. Let's keep it rolling. This is Ain't Nothing Gonna Bring Me Down. Let's go. Welcome back. I'm Ready Man. Kids are watching cartoons and I'm doing dishes. Let's run it. Ain't Nothing Gonna Bring Me Down by the Once Lost. Let me know what I can help with. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. We're rocking and rolling. We're moving at a good pace today. I'm ready. Let me get this downloaded real fast, and let's keep it rolling. Keep it rolling. Line should be current then. Let's see. It doesn't want to play. Let's try it again. Let me see. Dude, of course, man. Of course, Sunday. I appreciate you so much, man. Catch you soon. Let's analyze the total mix and the vocals and the intelligibility of the lyrics. Last time lyrics were way too high, especially chorus. Okay, let's get it. Oh, this is like the hyperpop song, right? Got you. Let's go, Lost. Let's go.
Don't stop. My frosty diamond is so icy. With nothing to fire passion. Let's kiss it now. Go close, I'll ring your bell. I'm flying private jet gliding, stone top, non-violent. It's the light, feels so alive. But nothing feels so good as when I'm inside. When you wanna see me again, tonight I'm free. Wanna be more than friends. Girl, it was meant to be. Ain't nothing bring me down. Ain't nothing gonna bring me down. They can ride with me down to the beach. I kill great day. Feel the breeze in my hair. I got the wind in my face. Have you so
Better automation too, like better movement for the performance shifts there.
This is good life. We're gonna share it together tonight. I'm flying private jet gliding, slow top, non-violent. It's the light, feels so alive. And nothing feels so good as when I'm inside. When you wanna see me again, tonight I'm free.
Love that stack of saws back there. That's great. That's way better. Let's go. Y'all show some love to the Once Lost. Let's run it from the top. We're moving and grooving. We're not messing around. We're moving quick. Let's get into it, man. Let's dive in from the top. I've heard the song before, so there's a bunch of other things we can bypass because we've already talked about it a little bit. Maybe a couple I'll remind of, but let's run it from the top. Show some love to the Once Lost. They produced and performed that. Let's run it. Wait, where'd the song go? Hold on. Yep, I got to do my puzzles. Give me 1 second. Gotta let TikTok know that we're here. Wait, what the heck is this puzzle? This puzzle doesn't even make sense. There we go. I was like, what? This puzzle's stupid. They give me a bad puzzle. Okay, it's not for everybody. To me, it's a banger. I mean, you got to love your music first. If you don't like your music, how are you going to convince other people to like it? You got to like what you make as well. One of the things I still want is some manual control over the higher vocals. To me, that's still going to be one of the pain points because, again, I want other people to like it too. And I do want you to keep the authenticity of the ideas that you have and the structure that you have. At the same time, I also want to make sure that there's enough clarity to these melodies that people know what to sing, that they know what to sing with you. You've done a better job already. There is better clarity to these melodies, and those vocals are better connected to the production. That's huge. That glues them together a lot more. That's already a huge, huge, huge step forward. Let me pull up the track again really quick. Where did it go? Music is medicine. Dude, where the heck is the song? Where the heck is the song? That's annoying. There we go. There we go. Okay, let's run it from the top. Let's get into some of the details. Some of these ending melodies here. So here. Right here. It's like all of the melodies right before that where you just hear the melody kind of going all over the place. One of them actually corrects to a note that's not in the same key. That's where I want those to be like, da-da-da-da. I want those to be cleaner, right? Still auto-tune, still with the effects, still with like the delays and the throws and stuff like that. But those, no, not volume pitch. So this has to do with the tuning. This has to do with the auto-tune with like Melodyne and stuff like that. So with Melodyne or Pitcher or Antares graph mode or whatever, I want you to select the notes that are being hit there so they're more consistent, right? And you, da-da-da-da. I want those to be like locked in right there, as opposed to here. I'll back it up here for a second here, and then we'll dive into the song really briefly. So here in a second. So you hear that? You hear it dipping to notes and pulling them out. That's the level of consistency that we want. But you hear it kind of moving the notes up and down quite a bit in the middle, which tells me that it's like halfway between some of those notes still. So what you might need to do, be like, man, I corrected all to like one note right there, or whatever it may have been, right? I tried to get all this lined up, but maybe it's halfway through what auto-tune is doing on Melodyne, and you might need to drop it a semitone or lift it a semitone so it actually realigns to the pocket right there. Yeah, that might be, because this is one of the pockets where now most of your hook sounds way cleaner with the formant shifts and everything. That sounds way more tight. This little pocket right here, this is where the vocals start to sound more chaotic, and I hear it dipping to some notes that are not in the scale too. So I want to double check something real quick. So like all that stuff right there. So, let me back it up here. Hold on one real second. Yeah. Is there a B in there? So let me pull it up. That's where the note is. So. It might just be like, it might be the harmonic. Here's the thing. Yeah, I think it is. So when we go down here, here's the thing. Nothing else. It's just a theory. It's jazz. So, okay. The thing that I'm running into here in... Hear the note. All of this is way tighter. It's way tighter. Outro, we can clean up, right? This is way tighter. There's a couple notes in here. I think it's the G sharp. That is giving us a whole bunch of tension in the background because nothing else in the production hits that like second right there. And so it's giving us a lot of this tension between like the seconds right there. Let me run it a little bit tighter. Yeah, because we have other notes that are dun 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 dun, because it's a C minor, right? So on the C minor, we have the C and the G. Yeah, I think it's that note in the vocal that's bothering my ears, right? Because we have this, right? We have the D sharp, C, and the G. We have everything to the everything off the C minor essentially. But then we have the G sharp being hit on the vocal often, right? It cuts down to the G sharp a couple times, or the A flat, right? A couple times, but then we also have a lot of the production hitting the G, right? So that's the tension that we're getting, right? We have everything right here, and then we have that tension. That note in the vocal to me is unflattering to the rest of the production, only because the rest of the production is really strict. Not a good or a bad thing, it just is what it is, right? The rest of the production is like it's a sawtooth stacks doing exactly what they're doing in the mix, right? They're very consistent in what they're doing. There's no real melodic tension that kind of varies from that, which is why when we're consistently moving to the G sharp, it gives you a lot of tension. I would personally like correct it down to the G. Take all of those little G sharps and drop it down to the G, a one semitone, and then in my opinion, any G sharp that you have, if you put it down on a G, it'll connect the whole song. It'll just make it feel gluey. What's the name of this one? This is Ain't Nothing Gonna Bring Me Down by The Once Lost right here in the chat. Right? Dun, dun, dun. It's that little melody right there. If you had, you hear the difference of that, as opposed to, now all on a piano, that sounds kind of cinematic, right? If I go, that, it sounds different when it's like all piano. It's like actually like beautiful. It actually sounds really nice, but contextually the vocal, it's a different, I was like, I played it and I was like, actually that sounds pretty dope. It's the difference is the vocal texture versus the consistency of the production. Piano, that sounds kind of sick. Kind of want to put that into a song now. But you get it. It's these little lines right here. Dun, 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 dun. That's creating a lot of the tension there. I'll let you know a couple of these other ones here too. I don't know the phrase on the chorus. Exactly. It needs to resolve. Because since it's like the punch line, it's an ending line, it's on some of the vocal runs and ad libs, it needs to resolve. It needs to resolve a little bit. Right there. Dun, dun, dun. Same thing there. Dun, dun, dun. Goes right there. Dun, dun, dun. If it's, dun, 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 just dun, dun, dun. You go to the G right there, and then all of a sudden, dun, dun, dun. Now it feels like, I don't know, then it feels like an old, like a 2000s like pop R&B song or something like that. Yeah, if you just resolve to the G so it connects with the C minor again through most of the production, dude, easy, nothing too crazy. And then all here. And I would lock this in a little bit tighter on the outro right here. Dun, 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 dun. You know what I mean? I would keep that a little bit tighter. It's like meant to be. It's floating around a little bit. This outro starting here is where I would start melodyning again. Like you said, you might not have edited the outro. Starting here, get these really locked in. It's like correcting up a couple semitones, I believe, and then right here in the middle here, just lock it into meant to be. Like, get it all super tight right on that C, meant to be, and everything's locked in. And then these next notes, of course, here. Production sounds good, though. I mean, the production's crunchy. Yeah, exactly. Production's crunchy. It's got a cool energy, too. I really don't mind it that much at all. You could probably, on this lead vocal, I think you could probably still come down a couple dB. I think you could still bring this down a little bit more under control. Some of the formant shifts I think are fine. They're giving you some interesting texture in the mix and stuff, but I still feel like there's enough headroom in this production, enough room in this for like all of your, maybe even all of it, but all these vocals to come down by like another 2 or 3 dB and then like saturate and push the rest of the mix forward, because it still feels really prominent, partially because of the pitch, partially because of the tuning. It's very distinct. Cooper, thanks for the follow. It's very distinct because of the pitch and all those issues in tuning right there. Once that's cleaner, it'll feel more connected. I think it'll feel simpler and a little bit easier, but I still would probably go back and maybe reduce some of the amplitude of like your main vocal by 2 or 3 dB, nothing too crazy, 2 or 3 dB, and then you'll have some room, hopefully some headroom to push the rest of the mix forward. But y'all show some love, man. Show some love to the Once Lost. Show some love, show some love. I heard the track before, so we're just catching up on some editing of it, some revising of it. But again, the production sounds dope, and there's a lot of great moments in here vocally. I think the more that we can polish and like really tune these vocals, not just tune by pitch, but like just tune up, right? Just shape up these vocals a little bit more, make them more consistent, a little bit more concise. I think everywhere. Let me chop through. Maybe bring down the side vocals there. So we have a lead vocal in the middle. I think it's these side vocals here, these doubles that you have that are too loud. Because those are the ones that hit again at the outro. The high falsetto, those need better control over pitch too. Like I said, a little bit tighter on pitch. And then down by a couple dB of those. I think the center one is fine. The main one that you have on the verses, I think is fine. But those outside ones too, they're starting to sound a little chaotic just because of the small changes between them and the lead vocal there. If you can repolish all of those, reposition them a little bit, I think you'll be fine. You also show some love. Show some love, show some love. That's the family. The one's lost in the building. Oh, Jesus, we're back. Computer's freaking out over here. I don't think the guitar's too high. No. I don't think the guitar's too high. I think the rest of it sounds pretty well established. It doesn't sound too crazy to me. And I think production-wise, you have a pretty good balance and a pretty good, stage for where you want things. For me, it's large. I would put most of your focus. I mean, of course, if you feel like there's something that needs balance, dig into it, lean into it a little bit, use your own ears to kind of see. Maybe it sounds good to me or it sounds balanced in some sense, but it's not where you're envisioning something, so you can readjust it. But I'll spend most of your time editing vocals, being surgical with it, and being really intentional with where you place vocals. Give it up one more time. We got DTSK in the building, the family. Dude, DTSK, it's probably been 2 years since I've heard a DTSK track. It has been a minute. It's been a minute. So man, show some love to the ones lost. DTSK is in the building. YouTube engineered by a producer I know. Releasing on all platforms next week. First release since 2023. Got to get back to it, dude. Man. Okay, let's go. DTS, catch me up, dude. Catch me up on something. What are you using? What are you doing? Man, it's been 3 years. We've been doing this live stream for 3.5 years. I heard DTSK's music about over 3.5 years at this point, but I heard their music about 3 years ago. They were active. They were making stuff. They were releasing stuff. They were working like crazy. And it's been about that time since I've heard music from DTSK. So man, dude, catch me up. Talk to me about something. Let's get into it. This is 100 Hours by DTSK. Yeah, give me anything, man. Give me anything. Let's run it, man. 100 Hours by DTSK. And also just let me know what you want from me, man. Let me know how I can help you. Let me know how I can be of service to you. If they're just running a final check before it gets out, or if you just want to showcase where you're at and what you're doing, let me know. But yeah, update me, man. Keep me updated. Let's get into it. Comes out in a week, but this is on SoundCloud right now. Cool.
They talking about a brick, trying to make it flew. I say talking hit a lick. I say talking about a brick, trying to make it flew. I say talking hit a lick. Trying to get me rich, ain't no ego with my hustle. I just know where that shit fake. Ain't no shame inside my brain, I'm just staying in my own lane. If I gotta punch a clock, then shit, that's what it fucking takes.
What are you using to record vocals right now?
My back on fucking break. Every hour buying freedom, but that hour go to waste. So I'm putting every dollar to my name until I made it. Now I'm ready to walk the line, that shit and narrow. Walk the thing, my name is Sparrow. Hit my goals, I want narrow. Only took 2 out of that rest to the lid, I come right back. Fuck a bitch, I come right back. Pull my business from the bag. Knock me down, I come right back. In the brick and I'm getting into it. The shit been legit, ain't got no synthetic. Fucking a bitch, I'm fucking a biggest. She down on her knees, gonna give me.
D, welcome in. Good to see you.
From lust, now I'm
hey,
straight up. I ain't praying a minute. Praying them God to forgive them my sinning, but I lay back down, now I'm busting right in it. I say talking about a brick, trying to make it flew. I say talking hit a lick. Trying to get me rich, ain't no ego with my hustle. I just know where that shit fake. Ain't no shame inside my brain, I'm just staying in my own lane. You know that I'm chillin' lately. Take a blunt to the face, I ain't feelin', baby. Take a knife to the wrist, I don't feel it, baby. I'm addicted to you like a pill, baby. You know that I'm chillin' lately. I ain't see that.
Hell yeah, I love to hear it.
He asking for my buddy, they ain't see the overdraft. The bank accounts are getting locked. They just see the final score, the one that flashed it. All the liars, they don't know how that shit look. They have, I know that shit
Let's go, dude. I love it. I love it. I love it. So glad to hear it.
My back on fucking break. Every hour buying freedom, but that hour go to waste. So I'm putting every dollar to my neighbor until I'm made.
Let's go, y'all. Give it up one time for the family. DTSK in the building. Yeah, what are you tracking your vocals on right now? What are you tracking your vocals on right now? Let's run it straight from the top. We're gonna go straight back into it. Jaden, welcome it. Welcome in. I appreciate y'all being here. Thanks for hanging out today. A quick reminder to make sure that y'all are following and subbed on all the platforms that we're live on: YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok. We got a lot of new videos coming to YouTube really soon as well. So if y'all are interested in production, engineering, session work, tracking instruments, stuff here in the studio, songwriting. I even did one on home theaters recently because I did some updates to a home theater here, things like that. If you're interested in audio as well, there's a lot going on YouTube. So definitely tapping over there. But let's get into it, man. Let's get into it. But yeah, talk to me a little bit about what you're using here, because that will kind of determine the level of control that you have over mixing these vocals and stuff like that, because there's definitely a couple things that I want to hear. But let's run it back from the top. Let's get into some details. Shout out to the family, DTSK. So good to hear you again, man. Band lab currently, AKG P220 and a Focusrite. Okay, cool. So you should be able to get a plenty clear. The P220 is fine. Nothing wrong with it. If you're looking for like $100 microphone, that it does the job 100%. So let's get into it. We can definitely regain a little bit of openness and clarity from this vocal. Right now, it's kind of right here. It's kind of like all filtered down and stuck together. So you're blending in with some like resonance of the vocal, where the ringing of the vocal in the mids is kind of controlling what's happening here. I want to let that vocal breathe a little bit, man, so we can feel the energy behind it, feel the emotion behind it, and just open it up a bit. Let's run it from the top. We'll talk about a quick. There's one thing I want to listen for in the production really quick, which of course with this, everyone's perspective is different, but I'll bring it up if it ends up being true. I'm pretty sure it is, but let me dive into this real quick, and then we'll dive in. DTSK, let's run it. Let's run it. It's time for DTSK.
They talking about a brick, trying to make it flew. I say talking, hit a lick.
Yeah, just so you know, I don't care if you care, but just so you know, pretty sure that half of this production is all AI. You don't have to care about that. It doesn't have to be a thing that you are disappointed by or care about or whatever. It's a YouTube beat, or it's, this is something free or something cheap. So that's up to you to care about or not. But just letting you know that I'm pretty sure most of this, outside of maybe drums and 808, is all AI. Pretty positive. You can hear the artifact in the background. You can hear like the gating that happens and the beat itself for sure. Yeah. I was gonna say like, yeah. There's definitely some bad, and obviously, dude, that is only gonna be happening more and more and more, especially with like free stuff. It's on BeatStars already. It's everywhere. I had someone spend $500 on a mix on Fiverr, and they got their own AI vocals back. And they're like, "Hey, this doesn't sound like me. What the hell?" And the guy's like account got removed, and he just ghosted with the $500. That's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. So just in case you care or not. But let's get into it.
They talking about a brick, trying to make it flew. I say talking, hit a lick. I say talking about a brick, trying to make it flew. I say talking, hit a lick. Trying to get me rich, ain't no ego with my hustle. I just know it.
That'd be a deal. First, yeah, I got at least for this because I'm getting back into music. Yeah, dude, man, nothing makes me happier than hearing that, man. That makes me so happy. It's such a good outlet, man. Such a good like emotional and mental outlet, man. That makes me so happy. Seriously. Got at least for this. I'm gonna start working. Yeah, if you can, that's gonna be helpful, man. Just a little bit more control over your music, control over the release process, control over publishing rights, licensing, royalties, whatever. Because if you send this in and then it gets tagged as at least a high % of it being AI, and then all of a sudden your whole song becomes demonetized for some reason, like you just don't want to run into issues, because I already know that on a lot of these beats are getting completely demonetized, because then a large portion of it is AI. And again, I don't really care what anyone thinks about it, but it's just the reality of what's happening. And so like on Tidal for sure, Deezer for sure, and I think a couple other ones, they'll tag it as AI and they'll demonetize it. You can put it out there, you can get streams, you could potentially get some exposure maybe, but you still can run into some actual mechanical limitations to the song. So just something to think about, something to just kind of keep in the back of your mind, that it can still be kind of a pain point. So if you are able to work with your producer that you were working with, and get back in the game, just get back in the flow, just start pumping stuff out. I just think you're going to get a lot more for it. Their Big B page on YouTube. Yeah, dude, yeah. I know. Here's the thing, man, because people that used to be like, dude, I do a beat every day. You know what I mean? I do a beat every day, and they're pumping them out on BeatStars. They're pumping them out on YouTube, and they're just cranking out beats, right? That was a lot. And I knew people that did it. They're pumping out a beat every single day. Silvic, thanks for the follow. They're pumping out a beat every day, posting it. I mean, they're just trying to get as much money and as much volume out there on BeatStars and YouTube as possible, and whatever other sales platforms for like marketplaces for beats. Now those people are like, well, I can actually create 80%, 90% of my beat structure, my synths, my vocal samples, my choirs, whatever, I can create it with AI. That means literally all these people are doing is chopping and adding drums and 808s. That's it. Maybe. Sometimes not even that, right? Silvic, who mixed the messages, dude, let's go. Silvic, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. Welcome in. And so they don't have to do any work. So now they're pumping out 20 beats a day, 10 to 20 beats a day. The volume has just increased dramatically. So you have these huge pages where like every 20 minutes they're posting a new beat, a new track on there. So just something to keep in mind, something to just like stay up to date on, and something to just kind of keep your eyes and ears out for. Just so again, you maintain as much control over your music, as much control over your process as possible. That way, as you're getting back into it, you don't like, the thing that I would hate for you is like you start getting back into music, you start diving into it again, getting into that world, wanting to release again, and then like running into practical limitations of your music getting out there. Just tossing it out there. It's one of those annoying things because this one, maybe not, because again, you own vocal structure, you obviously the engineering and all of that. The writing side of publishing, of course, you got, but on the production side, where they're maybe getting 50% of the lease, if the production side is getting 50% of that, and that is all generated, or 80 to 90% of that's generated, then I can almost guarantee you that maybe you'll slip through the system, but it's all AI, that is actually finding AI these days. So they'll go in and they'll look at the information in the track, metadata. They'll look at the obviously waveforms. They'll look at artifact and aliasing and all this different stuff that's happening on the production side, and they'll just be like, "Oop, tagged AI," which is fine, no issue with that. But then they'll demonetize it, and that's gonna suck. Then even if you do go viral, you're like, "Dang it, I'm not getting anything for it." Anyways, side note, let's get into it. I'm ranting again. It's time.
They talking about a break, trying to make it flew. I say talking hit a lick.
On this vocal right here, so we talk all the time. Early introduction of the vocal is great, man. Obviously, there's streaming thresholds that they need to surpass the 30 seconds. So I love the early introduction of the vocal. Perfect. The vocal's already pretty mid forward, right? So like it already, especially once we get into the main track of the song, which we can talk about in a second, it already has a lot of, especially like 800 to 3000 hertz. There's a lot of info right there. Because we already have a lot of that, this early filtered vocal isn't as dramatic of a change from that. If you're going to have like an early kind of like saturated telephone filter, like early filtered vocal, I would make it even more dramatic. Like maybe thin it out a little bit more, maybe push that 2K or 1K, 1500 hertz up a little bit more, filter down a little bit more, like just trim up that filter so it's a more dramatic shift from that to the 808 coming in, the vocal popping. Otherwise, it's like a very, very small change from like this mid-heavy vocal filtered to a slightly more broad but mid-heavy, mid-forward vocal right there. It's just a small change that I don't think the drama is as much as you want it to be, right? We can just open it up a little bit more, but the more reserved this early part is, the more you even like take this whole first part, like because this is already because they self-filtered the production, right? When they generated this, if you feel like it, I mean, I'm not telling you what to do, but like if you feel like it, what I would maybe even do is, since you now have this first part of the song on the 2-track and the vocal right there, filter them all down a little bit more. Like actually take this early production and automate it. You can just pop open your high and low passes, but take this whole filter and filter it down a little bit more on the actual 2-track itself. So you bypass some of the aliasing, right? You can like bypass some of the high frequency excitement, the fuzz, that happens with the generated samples underneath it. You can darken that up a little bit, filter it down a little bit so that sounds even smaller and tighter, and then take that vocal and shrink it down a little bit. So this intro feels a little tighter. It feels like it's just running through an old vinyl system, you know what I mean? And then boom, the beat comes in, the whole thing snaps open, and it gets really bright and really open. But I think the more dramatic you make this intro, the more controlled you make it, the more impactful that 808 drop is going to be when you get into the next section as well.
I say talking hit a lick. I say talking about a break, trying to make it flew. I say talking hit a lick, Trying to get me rich, ain't no ego in my hustle. I just know
Is there some there's some doubles on the, is like a low, like almost like a sub on the vocal too? Is there a double on the vocal in there?
shit fake. Ain't no shame inside my brain. I be staying in my own life.
There's obviously some like subharmonics, but I'm curious if there's an actual double on the vocal or not.
If I gotta punch a clock, then shit, that's what it fucking takes. 100 hours every week, I bet my back on fucking
No.
break. Every hour buying freedom, but that hour go to waste. So I'm putting every dollar to my name until I make it. Now I'm ready to walk the line.
Some accents in there.
Walk the plank, my name is Sparrow. Hit my goals, I want narrow. Only took 200 errors to the lead.
I am JD.
Right, babe. Fuck a bitch, I
Always
can't
been.
right, babe. Pull my bin in front of babe. Knock me down, I can't right, babe. In the brick and I'm getting into it. The ship and legit.
Skinny AP, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. We are closed for today. We're in our last, handful of songs here, but we're going to be live potentially this weekend. I'm not really sure on my schedule. I'm redoing a bunch of stuff in here, so I might take a lot of the weekend to take some days off and redo all the routing and stuff. That I'm going to go crazy here in the studio, and it's going to be obnoxious. So I might need to take a couple days to set that up. So I'm not positive what this weekend will look like, but I will be live for sure, early next week, so on and so on. But I don't think I will be live again tomorrow. Just so you'll know. But I will be back very, very soon. Okay, let me back this up into this verse here just really quick. No harmonies are real dub. So we get a couple little like in and outs, right? Little accent vocals in there. Those are doing their thing. Skinny AP, thank you so much for the follow on Twitch. I appreciate that a lot. Let me back this up here a little bit.
Trying to get me rich, ain't no ego in my hustle. I just know where that shit fake. Ain't no shame inside my brain. I be staying in my own lane. If I gotta punch a clock, then shit, that's what it fucking takes. 100 hours every week, I bet my back on fucking break. Every hour buying freedom, but that hour go to waste. So I'm putting every dollar to my name until I make it. Now I'm ready to walk the line.
Those. So there's a couple till I make it in the back, right? You have a couple little doubles in the background there. Those accent vocals probably come forward a little bit, because one of the things that I'm looking for is just it's a heavy beat, right? It's a heavy beat. It's got a lot of energy to it. I feel like it would do really well with some more support for the vocal. The vocal itself is pretty thick, right? Like the vocal itself, I mean, it's heavy. You're obviously in a low register for the whole song, so it's heavy, it's deep, it's doing what it's supposed to do. It's pretty smooth compression, like all that sounds great. But I do feel like it's lacking some like support in the mix and some like frequency rub in the mix too, by just having something else to kind of support it against this really, really heavy production, choir samples in the background, so on and so on. So there are some in and outs that come in every once in a while. Maybe push those forward by just 2 or 3 dB, so they pop a little bit more when they come in. I also wouldn't mind a double of the vocal through a lot of the verse here, or maybe empty out for the verse, add it back for the hook, so on and so on. Good ad libs, filtered ad libs in the background. Don't mind where those are positioned and stuff like that. But I would love to feel, I think, a little bit more of the energy of that vocal. And I feel like compared to how heavy the production is, we need a little bit more support. So even if it's just like another low, like whisper layer underneath it, whether it's another low vocal that we double and bring back by 6 or 7 dB, so it's just kind of supportive of the vocal, offset a little bit. I think it'd be nice to have a little bit of support there. Front room, good to see you. Welcome in. Let me push a little far. I want to get to like the hook and then the next part here really quick, and I'll maybe readjust what I'm saying, but that's kind of what I'm listening for right now. The vocal itself feels it's a bit mid forward, and it just feels a little bit lonely in the mix. I feel like beyond those ad libs and stuff, I wanted to have a little bit more support. Let me get a little.
I'm getting into it. This shit been legit. Ain't got no synthetic. Fucking a bitch, now I'm fucking a biggest. She down on her knees, gonna give me a witness. Back the bus, I'm just begging from lust. Now I'm looking straight up. I ain't praying a minute. Praying to God to forgive him my sin.
Sound Reborn, welcome in. Good to see you. Yep.
Talking about a brick.
Especially here. So especially on this hook right here, right? This is where I would right? You have the low vocal right there. Again, interesting, vocal, color and texture here. I don't mind it, right? But I absolutely, 100% Sound Reborn, 100%, absolutely. I would love to get those, especially on the hook. It needs the support, right? Track 1 left, track 1 right, open it up a little bit, some minor chorusing, heavy saturation. Again, it's a punchy, drivey, heavy song, and it should feel like that. Nothing should feel too pristine, right? And so if you can double track the vocals, right? So double track the accents, potentially as accents on the verse a little bit heavier, but for sure on the chorus to support it against, again, a very heavy, distorted, production. If we can get that vocal in that same room, so it feels tied to it. It's not like here's a big, heavy, distorted production and here's like a filtered vocal on its own, but they very much feel like they're in the same vein, same room, same environment. I think it's going to help a lot with this feeling connected, cohesive, and also nasty, distorted, powerful, all of that stuff. On the lead vocal, really quick, on the actual vocal production itself, it does feel a little bit filtered. It does feel a little tight in here. I would do a little bit of work in the mids. It feels a bit forward around like 1,000 to 2,000 hertz. So let me pull up my vocal here real quick. So right in here, so where are we at? Like right in here. So it has a little bit of this, right? I'm going to exaggerate this, right? So this is obviously not exactly what we're listening for, but it has this kind of mid push here around like 1,000 hertz, where I'm getting more of this forwardness right here. And then also I'll boost the low end a bit too. So you have kind of this really low sub, right? So all of this is pretty thick on the low end. And then you have this big mid push in the middle. So you get a little bit of ringing, and it's really heavy on the low end. Nothing wrong with that. But it's really heavy on the low end, really forward in the mids, and then feels kind of filtered down. I would love to just let me bring this back down before I drive myself nuts. Hold on. Sound Reborn, thank you. So I really appreciate the follow. Thank you for that. We're closed for today, Reborn, but we're going to be live hopefully this weekend. So just turn on notifications for the live, all the good stuff, man. I appreciate you following. Thank you so much for that. But we are closed for today. We got a handful of songs left. So what I would do here is just rebalance slightly. Let me bring this back under control so I don't drive myself crazy here. Where's my frequency? Boom, boom, boom. There we go. Okay. I would just rebalance those mids a little bit. So where you are a bit more forward, around 1,000 hertz-ish, I would soften that just a hair, just a slight bell curve down right there to lose some of that forwardness that is disconnecting it from the production, right? Because the production is pretty flat and even, great. But on the vocal, that's part of where it feels a little bit disconnected from it. So right around 1,000, 1,500 hertz here, do a little bit of work, just a very soft 2 or 3 dB bell curve right there to help control some of the mids of that vocal. And then I wouldn't mind opening up the top of it a little bit as well. So 8 to 9K or so at the top of the vocal. So it's a little bit more suppressed in the mids, open up the high end just a hair, only because it has to compete with this production. If this was a much darker production, if it was like a lot like softer and darker and all filtered down, like a Noah Shabib's type beat or something like that, 40 type beat, then I think we could mitigate that a little bit. But because everything on the beat is very high end excited, some of it generated, it's really bright, it's snappy, the hats are there most of the time on the 16ths. We have to compete with that. So I think a little bit of a brighter vocal control in the mids would be helpful there. And then I would saturate. I mean, there might already be some saturation on there, and I do like the tonal qualities of that. You can maybe even push it a little bit farther as well. Just get again, mirror the production a little bit. Try if you have a really spacey production, add some spacey vocal layers. In this case, you have a really like tight but bright and sampled vocal production, heavy 808s, bright hats and snare. You have a lot of that energy right there. Try to mirror some of that in the vocal texture so it feels really connected, right? So the lead vocal is fairly open. What mic and pre is he using? No pre, so it's just straight Scarlett preamp and a AKG P220. So about $100 large diaphragm condenser, and then the preamp of the Scarlett. Pretty simple setup. But I think if we can mirror that more, then the vocal, since the beat is saturated and it's fuzzy and it's got a lot of energy and it's heavy, if we can recreate that texture in the vocal, then the whole song feels cohesive. The whole song feels snappy and punchy and saturated, and it's got a lot of energy to it. That's what I would mirror a little bit more. I mean, you can get away with, especially on a beat like this, you can get I totally paid 3 times that back on the day. I hate it so cheap now. That's crazy, man. It's crazy because some things have gotten super expensive and some things are dirt cheap, man. Like there's some mics out there that used to be really cheap that now are bumping up, man. Like you used to, I mean, even just a couple of, man, like 10 years ago, 5 years ago. 5 years ago, you used to be able to get like a C800G for like $8,000. You used to be able to like find them on eBay and Reverb for like $8,000, $9,000. And I mean, that's still crazy. Don't get me wrong. Now it's hard to find a good one for under like 15. You know what I mean? They're just harder to find in good condition with new tubes and, set up well and taken care of well and a smoke-free studio and stuff like that. Like same with the 251s, like so many of them now that used to be able to find for like $10,000, $11,000 used or something like that. Now they're all like $15,000 to $20,000. Like some things went crazy. Obviously the more collector stuff went crazy. But yeah, like let me see really quick. So like I'm going to go to Reverb. I'll see. It was a P220, right? So the AKG. Yes, dude, $70, $55, excellent one for $120, $55. I mean, I'm just going down the list on Reverb. $55, $75, $70, $75, $76, $70 to 71, 69, 65. Yeah, dude, it's crazy. It's crazy, man. It's a different world. Now, I'll be honest with you. Now there's just so many more options, right? DTSK, like when the P220 came out, there wasn't a lot of the lower end SE microphones. There wasn't the Lewitt LCT 240 Pro. There wasn't some of the lower end like Lauten microphones. You could get like the LA 220 for like 300, kind of in the, you know what I mean? Like it used to be, there just wasn't as many options. So I think now the competition is so strong that a lot of those cheap ones, like now you can get an AT 2020 for $60. You know, they're 100 new, 150 for the setup, like whatever. They're $60 now. Like it used to be kind of a different world. So anyways, all of that aside, let's get into the outro of the song here really quick, and then we'll move on to the next one. But I hope that's helpful. I hope that gives you maybe a little bit of direction. I always love the energy that you bring to a track, DTSK and Silvic. I think you've done a great job. Like y'all are crushing it, man. I'm excited for y'all to work and excited for y'all to get some new music out there. That makes me very, very, very happy. But yeah, y'all are doing some great work. So for me, hopefully that gives you like a little bit of direction of how you can just kind of wake it up and make it feel like it feels polished and it feels energetic and it feels vibrant. It feels punchy and heavy where you want it to without mud, right? Without having any issues in the mid, so on and so on. But yeah, I think, man, the energy you bring to a track is always fantastic. It always has this grunge to it. It always has this energy to it that I think there's a whole slew of people that love that sound and love that energy, man. So I think you're doing a lot of things right.
Ain't no shame inside my brain, I'll be staying in my own lane. If I got a bunch of clock,
you can also hear, last note. One of the reasons why I'm saying what I'm saying is their snare is stereo, right? So everything's super big and wide on the song, right? Even their snare, which is typically mono, right? Even their snare is hard left and right, super wide stereo, right? So if you don't have any vocals to compete with that, then again, the vocal just feels too lonely in the middle of the mix. So definitely get some doubles on there throughout at least all of the hook, because even their like hats and snare and everything else, their samples are all out and pretty wide.
that's what it fucking takes. 100 hours every week, I bet my back on fucking break. Every hour buying freedom, but that hour go to waste. So I'm putting every dollar to my neighbor until I'm made.
Let's go, man. Let's go. Y'all show some love, man. That's the family. DTSK, he's back, baby. He's back, man. I'm so excited for you. I'm so happy to see that name, man. Just so happy to see the family in the chat, man. One of the OGs, seriously, probably within the first couple of weeks of doing this live stream, a couple days maybe even, when we were back in Dallas in my studio there, DTSK was there showing love, man, making some amazing music, pursuing it, and I'm so happy and grateful to see you back in here, man. So y'all show some love to the family. DTSK, always rock with you, man. I appreciate you a lot. Let's keep the music running. Make sure y'all follow any artist that gets on the stage. Make sure that you follow. We got Melrose in the building. Melrose, hop in the chat. Let me know if you're here. All love, man. All love. Yeah, something in my eye. Let's see if Melrose is in the chat. Let's see. We're gonna keep it flowing. There's Melrose. Let's get it. This is Too Entitled by Melrose. Very first iteration of this song. So still in the early stages. I definitely need to clean up some low end and low mids to remove some mud, but just finished laying down the vocals. Let me know your thoughts, man. Let's get into it. And then Melrose, I've heard your music before, right? I'm positive. I think a couple times now, if I'm not mistaken. Ocean, welcome in. I just get confused on names, y'all. Way too much practice. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think I've heard like 2 of your songs now, if I'm not mistaken. Let's get into it. Too Entitled by Melrose. Let's dive in. What's up, Ocean? Good to see you. It's loading. Give it a moment. Last couple songs, yo. I can do a handful more. I've been on for about 4 hours already. So I got to rest my ears because I got a long day tomorrow of work. So I will potentially be saving a few songs, just so y'all know. I will potentially be saving a few songs. Quick reminder, if you do get saved, I did boost. Never know. Let me see. Which one is yours again? Just name wise, so I can see. Oh yeah, I have you on there. Yeah, I have you on there in the 10s. I'll probably have to save a few just because I got to rest my ears. I got to make sure I'm taking care of myself. So I try not to go much longer than like 4.5 hours. Otherwise, I'm hearing myself yell in my ears for a long period of time and listening to loud music for a long time as well. So once again, if I do have to save the bottom couple that are there, whoever that may be, again, if you go to the list, whoever the bottom like 2 or 3 are, if I have to save y'all, then of course I will also make sure that I boost you next time. So just as an an example, never note, since you skipped, for one, I appreciate that so much. Thank you for that. If you just skipped and you sent a 10, the next time that you come in, I'll make sure you have 15, at least. I'll make sure you have 15 so that you're moving forward every time that you come in. I want to try to do my best to support you. I'll give you a little bit of a boost every time, just because I know I got to take care of myself, but I also want to make sure that y'all are good. Also, quick reminder, I'll never listen without you. I'll always make sure that you're here. How many more? I think we'll see who's here. Realistically, 1, 2, 3. Oh man, there's so many. I tried to close it early. And it still went too crazy. Y'all are amazing. I appreciate y'all's generosity. I can do 3 more. I can do 3 more. Realistically, I can do 3 more. So currently speaking, again, y'all can move around, you can skip, you can go faster. I'm going to leave that completely in y'all's hands. Vertigo, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. We're closed for, but absolutely German is okay. 100%. 100%. We are closed for today, but I will be live probably later this weekend. But the line is currently closed for today. Currently, that is Melrose, Beth, and Soul Kid, I believe. Some people might be here or not be here. We'll see. But everyone else, I will save and boost. No matter what. You'll never have to worry about missing your chance. No matter if you're here a week from now or tomorrow or whatever. Okay, we got Melrose in the building. Let's dive in. It was loading. Let's see if it'll make it happen. Yeah, 2:48 a.m. is crazy. Sounds good. And then if you want to wait, we can see who's still here. It'll just depend on who, because some people might not be here. So hang out for a bit. I know y'all are late, so it just depends. Because sometimes what happens is like just as an example, let's say like Mason and Duchess leave and Beth leave, or whatever. Y'all might be here, but let's say those people leave, and then next thing you know, the people that would have been played are not here, and then we just have to close the live because then no one else showed up. So hang out for a little bit. We'll see who the last couple are, and I'll do a roll call here in a second just to see who's here, and then we'll decide who's gonna stay. Just to make sure. All right, let's get it, Mason. Let's run it. I appreciate you. And again, hopefully the way that I've structured this, the goal is that it's valuable no matter what, right? That's that you're getting community, you're hearing some great music, you're getting tools, you're learning something, even if your song's not being played. So I hope even if you have to be patient for a while or a couple days, I hope it's been valuable for y'all. All right, let's get it. I appreciate you. That's the goal. Awesome.
Think I'm caught in your wave again.
Oh yeah.
But this time it's bringing me down.
I appreciate y'all so much. Thank you. I got y'all.
This chance that I got doesn't drown. I don't even wanna think about it, cause I'm already dreaming about it. And you're really no help. It's another thing to be analyzing. I can't stop all this fantasizing. And your body just knows how to sell. I throw spinning, but I don't have minded. Blurring my vision, outlines start dividing. Can't wait on these wishes to fill my desires or miss out on you. Girl, I'm too entitled. Way up, how high I get before I fall. Wait up, now that you're back in your car. Hey, rush, we moving too fast, it is all. Way up, how high will I get before I fall? Didn't expect this so
It's crunchy. I like it.
Deciding on her was
I love that, Duchess. I love it.
how long would it take to
I'll definitely give y'all a boost. I'll help y'all out just in case you get saved.
It's much less than a while. I'm wasting my time chasing skylines, searching for stars in the daytime. Maybe I'm tracing
I like it.
the wrong lines, so maybe we're right at the wrong time. Waiting and wishing for you. Waiting and wishing. So missing. Way up, how high I get before
I like the 6/8. I like the swing. That's nice.
Wait up, now that you're back in your car.
I think your last comment got blocked, Melrose. Do you want to try to rephrase it, maybe? sounds good. I love it.
Way up, how high will I get before I fall?
Whatever you said before the chorus, I don't think came through. Okay, got you. Sounds good. Got you. Okay, cool. Makes sense. And then we need to optimize this outro too. Like maybe a double hook or like a vocal ad-lib outro with some vocal layers. We'll get into that. Let's get it, man. Let's get it. This is Too Entitled by Melrose. Let's get straight into the vibes, man. And we got 2 more songs after this. Excuse me. 2 more songs. I have so many muted trackies. I'm hearing BB lines in my head for the facts. 100%. Same. Let's run it from the top. Let's get into some of the details. We're not messing around. We're moving and grooving, y'all. We're moving and grooving. Let's run it. Too Entitled by Melrose. Again, they produced this. They did all this work, man. Really talented. Always, I've heard a couple songs now. I recognize the voice now, but I heard a couple songs from Melrose. Melrose. Always beautiful melodies, great structure. Big fan. I love what you do, man. And this is early too. These are early productions, so on and so on. So let's get it, man. I also love starting with the... Let me see. Random... Let me listen for something real quick. I got an idea.
It's that I got body, these wishes taking off all my best and I'm chasing sky like shit. So waiting and missing.
Okay, one of the things that I'm listening for here is dynamics. Of course, it's a big part of building out the production. Once the drums come in, they're always in, right? So there's like a little bridge here. There's like 4 measures, right, where it cuts out for a second and comes straight back in, and we get into the rest of the song. Right, that dry, saturated drums in for most of the part here. What I would be interested, I really like this intro, the way that it is actually with the drums. I would be curious, what if you started with just brushes, guitar? So you cut the brushes to change to the drums, right? So we have like brushes on the intro, drums come in, and that they swap, right? One leaves the other. What if you kept the brushes in and the brushes were, and that was like most of your verse right there. And then when the drums come in, maybe on like starting on the hook, and then it comes in a little bit stronger, low bass comes in, guitars open up a little bit, vocals come in with layers, so on and so on, right? But I'd be curious, for me, it's like the drums come in so early, right where they are, and then they never leave, largely speaking. The mix dries up a little bit, but they kind of never leave the mix. I feel like dynamically, it could be nice to just like hear this. Just a... And then if you're just... And it's just like brushes and piano with like those lead vocals coming in, but not the full drum beat with like an 808. You know what I mean? Like leaving a little bit of dynamics to be desired. Because when this first started, I like the verse. I definitely would like the drums more. Yeah, I think you could probably do this a little bit more. So one idea would be, let's say, largely speaking, the whole... I'm gonna toss out ideas, right? Ignore half of them. Let's say the whole first verse is brushes, your vocal, and like the acoustic guitars, right? Halfway through the first verse, you add like an upright bass underneath, just on the boom, 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 right? We just add a low upright bass and acrostic or a rim shot. Boom, shka, shka. But like no kick, no big 808, no, you know what I mean? Like we just stair step it up a little bit. So it's like brushes, acoustic, amazing vocal, love it. Brushes, acoustic. We bring in like an upright bass and a rim shot halfway through the verse, and then hook kicks in, boom, boom, and then everything comes in, right? Low bass comes in. We bring in, the full drum kit there. The brushes can leave the mix. Vocal layers kick in, right? So the song immediately feels more dynamic and immediately feels more diverse, right? Because there's more stages of the song. It's less like intro for a second, verse, and the whole verse looks like this. The whole hook feels like this. Then we're back to a hook back to a verse like this, back to a hook like this, short bridge, back to a hook like this. It feels like it moves a little bit more. You know what I mean? Like it feels like there's more of a journey. It feels more real. It feels like you're a musician that's moving with the song as you are, right? So I think the more intention you can put behind like how we move through the song, I think the better. The more effort you put into like building these dynamics, I think the better it's going to sound. So whether you do the ideas that I'm saying or you figure out what that looks like for you is obviously the main thing. It's more of an experience, right? And that's what you want your art to be, right? You want it to be a really vibrant, interesting, nuanced experience that people interpret for themselves, right? It's not going to mean the same thing to everyone. Not everyone's going to like it. Not everyone's going to have the same perspective on it. But if it is a journey, whether they like it or don't like it, the worst thing they could be is indifferent. You want them to be like, no, it's not my style. I don't mess with it, but it's an interesting structure, or they're going to love it and they're going to stay engaged because their ears are constantly getting new information in the structure of the song. But you don't want them to like not care. You want people to hear your song and care and be like, no, it's not for me, or I'm a fan, I want to listen to more of it and stream more of your music, right? And then go through your catalog. So that's why I would lean into it. Like when you're making stuff, don't try to be like too palatable. Lean into what you're doing. Make it interesting. Make it engaging. And obviously, quality-wise, you want it to be palatable, so it's not like harsh to listen to. That's on the mixing side. But I think you want people to know that they like your music, and that takes making bolder decisions, right? And leaning into what you're doing and be like, yeah, I started with the brushes because I really like the brushes, but then I just kind of moved to the beat. But what if you sat in there with like a fretless bass or an upright bass with like even a cello that comes in for a second there? Like there's so many interesting things that you could do to like make this early intro sound crazy. And then the hook kicks in and it's like, dude, it's like, it sounds nuts. It sounds crazy. Opens up a lot. All right, let's keep it rolling. 3D, I would love to. We'll be live again later this weekend, but we're closed for today. I appreciate you tapping in. Great lead hook though. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Like I love all of that. I think you can still keep a lot of that over the brushes. The boom, and it's like super, super mellow, but you can still kind of open it up a little bit more. I love your voice. I think now you already mentioned some things. Bass to the low end of the guitars, a little bit muddy. I would probably bring some of that out of the guitars, lean groove for the bass, vocal super bright and crispy. You can rebalance that. You already know that stuff. I can kind of just affirm that for you. Spend some time addressing some of the low end mud and the high end crispiness, and then you'll be fine. I'm not worried about it. I'm not too concerned with mix right now. I want to mainly dig into the structure of what we're doing.
Bringing me down, but you could be my savior if this chance that I got doesn't drown. I don't even want to think about it, cause I'm already dreaming about it. And you're really no help. It's another thing to be analyzing. I can't stop, I just fantasizing. And your body just knows how to sell.
Good melodies. So we're pretty. Let me hear something else here.
In your wave again, I start to shout out how high I get for idle. Way up.
The verse here is pretty. Structurally speaking, this is pretty long. I'm going to play it through one more time. I was almost curious if you started with the hook and then went to a verse and then it's a long pre. I think the pre is pretty long. So let's assume, I'm making this up just based on what I was already saying, but let's say this is a low verse. It's a low verse, right?
Think I'm caught in your wave again, but this time it's bringing me down. But you could be my savior if this chance that I got doesn't drown. I don't even want to think about it, cause I'm already dreaming about it. And you're really no help. It's another thing
I would come in
to be
here.
analyzing. I can't stop, I just fantasizing. And your body just knows how to sell.
So there, it kind of keeps going. That's where I would come in. So you already have a B section right here. Let me hear how the verse goes, or the hook. Let me hear. I love the melody. Okay, so here's what I would do structurally. I think the verse is too long. We go through kind of 3 sections of it melodically, and it does feel drawn out and that dynamic. Also because the drums are super consistent, right? So when it comes, Jazz and I just started producing, trying to start producing. Let's go, dude. That's amazing. Congrats. Let's go, man. I love that. You have your whole first like 8 measures right here, or even like 12, 16 measures right here, and then another 8 and then another 8 after that. I would use this next 8 as your pre. So all this in, this is all your verse. It's beautiful. Love it. And then pre. This is your pre. This is still pre. We'll build it up a little bit. And then straight to hook right there. Like as soon as you, let me see where this. So like here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I would just go like right there. As far as like structure goes, if you go another 8 measures after that, it's going to feel really, really long. Since you bring it down for a second to like the bass and the, it's the kick and the cross stick, or the kick and the snare, and then like the bass and the acoustics right there. I would just move straight from there. If you can find a way to edit the lyrics to make sense right there. If not, I do think that having another like 8 measures, or another 16 measures, that's like a second part of the verse or a second pre-hook right there. It gets long-winded with the same shorter 2, so they aren't as cohesive. Yeah, so if you tighten up, sort of the same, to me, you get plenty of, maybe you have to rework some phrasing or something like that. But in my opinion, you get a tighter, more consistent, more cohesive song structure. You also, the song is 3 minutes and 28 seconds. You make it about 3:05, 3:10. And I think because the song it's chill, right? It's not incredibly dynamic, and it's not going to be, right? It's not going to be wildly anthemic, and it's not going to be super, super intimate. It has some of that in there. We can build it out a little bit more, but because the dynamic range is going to be here, right? It's not going to be like Adele anthem, and it's also not going to be like a really, really low song. Since we're right here, we don't want to spend too much time in this middle ground, or it'll become monotonous, even if it's a really cool sounding song. So I think, for one, starting smaller will give you more space to grow, right? Starting a little bit simpler, you'll have more room to be able to build this up a little bit more. I think that will help. And then the B section comes in, and we go boom, 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 and then wait, dun, 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 dun. We go straight into the hook right there and just launch it from there. That, to me, it'll be tighter with the second verse. It'll be a shorter song. It'll be more concise. It'll leave more to be desired, to help better replay value, because you're not just giving people everything. You're not giving like all of these melodies every single time. Lots of repetition. We're leaving a little bit to be desired. So people want to go back to the song to hear it again, as opposed to just all of the melodies being there. That's kind of my gut reaction there. Love these melodies though, and I do love this hook is great. And then here, what you could do is I would go back to just for a second, just brushes here, and then just boom, 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 and then drums right there, like little changes in dynamics there. So we go again straight to full drums, right? So we go from a big hook, we go straight to full drums. We're like right back to the same format of the song. These small changes and nuances just make it so much more interesting to listen to. So we go big hook right at the end, boom, 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 and we come back to just brushes right here, just brushes and acoustic. Boom, boom, and then we go, yep, a little, exactly, just like you're leading into the hook. So right here, this will all be brushes. So no drums. And then full drums right here. Like full drums with the hats, and we bring in the acoustics full, you know what I mean? Like tighten it up for a second to open it up a little bit later. And it just, now the song feels like it's got some emotional pull, right? Like you're kind of bringing us in close for a moment, and then it hits really hard. And then the song is just more of a roller coaster. It's got more dynamic range. You know what I mean? Like it's got so much more energy to it. Foxy dude, hell yeah. All right, let's keep it rolling. Let's get into I want to get into the bridge for a second, then we'll move on. But yeah, killer. Yeah, there's no issue that well. But listen to anything, any language, any region, any style, any genre, 100%. Our close for today. I got 2 songs after this, and then I'm out of here. But we'll be live later this weekend, most likely. Okay, let's get into this little section here. See, Howie, this moment here, there's so much more energy to it because you bring us back to the brushes. We got to get back to the brushes. The brushes are kind of your dynamic element here.
Maybe I'm tracing the wrong line, so maybe we're right at the wrong time. Waiting and wishing,
This is Melrose, too entitled.
wishing for you.
I love this dynamic here.
Waiting and missing. I'm missing.
Little ka, boom, boom. psh. You know what I mean? Those are those little rolls that you can have in there too. This dynamic range is so much better. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for. What's up, Magic? Welcome in. Welcome in. And then we definitely need bass under here, right? So clean up the guitar so the guitars aren't too boomy, and then introduce the upright bass or something like that on this hook to support underneath it, right? So it doesn't feel too thin. Right now it's like a little more present than we want on the guitars, but then no bass. Right now we can thin out the guitars and add a bass, and it'll sound a little bit more open. I also wouldn't mind if you dry up the guitars. Let's go, Magic. I love to hear that, man. I love to hear that. You could also the guitars have a really bright, shimmery, like hall reverb or like, room reverb on it as well. I think we can like darken that or pull it back a little bit. I wouldn't mind if this felt like a little drier, tighter, and more like lo-fi. You know what I mean? Like right now it's has a lot of that. It's like 90% of the way there, but then it's also like really, really exaggerated, right? Which we've already talked about. Really exaggerated at the top end and really bright reverbs as well. I would almost love these guitars to almost feel like dead, like really, really dry and like really, really pointed, as opposed to super shimmery and like open and washy. I would love for this to feel almost like John Bellion-ish, like kind of tight, saturated drum sample MPC style, with some like almost like looped guitars in the background. You know what I mean? Like I would love for this to feel like a little bit like tighter. That might not be your vision for it, so you can ignore that. But that's what I imagine. It's like I would love for this to feel like just really cohesive and really tight and like really well structured to the point where it feels like really compartmentalized, but then you have some beautiful movements between these different elements that make it really, really cool. Kind of like what's that? Is I have a different iteration that is exactly super dry guitars. I would maybe find a sweet spot between it. Maybe find, maybe it's like man, I don't really love the way this sounds. Maybe there's a sweet spot. Listen to Kid Again. Listen to Kid Again by John Bellion, and I feel like that would be like a very different song, different structure, stuff like that. But I feel like that would be a good reference for like it's like sampled, right? So it's like sampled drums on an MPC. Right, like it has like that whole feel right there, where it's like sampled, going through sample chops on the MPC, and then, but you also bring in like a choir and a cello and like strings and an orchestra in the background, right? That's kind of what I imagine for MPC for life, baby. That's what I imagine. That different. It's a different song. It's a different perspective, right? But that's kind of what I would imagine. Like tight sample structure, really, really good production, really, really dry, but then like big automated delay throw on the vocal and good structure at the high end. Obviously different perspective, but the structure of it, the like, of the really dry guitar, it's like very tight. That's I can imagine something similar, even if that's not your vision. I can imagine something similar. But then maybe you open it up. So like maybe verses, again, not to harp on it, but maybe verses are super dry. Boom, like really dead vocal with some cool delay throws automated in there. Drums are crunchy and saturated, a tight bass. Cool structure, right? Just really interesting loops on the guitar. And then we open this up, a bunch of reverb and wash and layers and stuff like that over the top end once you get into the hook, and then we dry it up a little bit more in the verses. That intentionality to me is going to be what makes this, really engaging and really interesting to listen to. What's up, Brizzy? Welcome in. The rest of this is great, man. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. And then I would either cut early. Let me see. So here. You know what I would do? Bookend it. Honestly, this is what I would do if it were up to me. do that last line right there, and then go back to brushes acoustic or brushes and bass. And then maybe even do a low octave, right? So right now, that's your main melody there. Maybe you bring it down. So big outro here. And then bring it down here. And then just. Maybe even just close it there. Maybe just let the F major 7 or something. Just let F major 7 ring out right there. Like do it one time on a low octave. And let it go. And that just comes right after there's a big moment. And then you don't have to go into this whole outro here. I know this is Melrose right here in the chat. Yeah. Yes, 100%. Nothing wrong with this. It's just it's a run-on sentence a little bit. You know what I mean? Like it sounds good. It's a beautiful production. I love everything about it. But it starts to become more played out when you've gone through this progression a lot and those dynamics a lot. So if you have the ability to take this last hook right here and then bring it down to just like super, super simple. Maybe one more time to the first part of your hook, and just like close on like an F2 or F7 right there. And just let that ring right there. 2 things happen. For one, if you do this, just tossing it out there. If you do this and you cut that extra, trim the extra fat on the first verse, right? If you trim the fat on the first verse and cut it down those 8 bars right there, cut it down the 8 bars, and resolve on the F here and resolve early, that takes the song from 3 minutes and 28 seconds to like 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Now we're talking. Now we got a song. Now we have like a concise, well-structured, get into it. It punches you. It's emotional. It's beautiful. It's dynamic. It's got highs and lows. It's got movement. It's a journey, but it's also concise. It's also marketable. It's also palatable. You know what I mean? Like those are the little things I would look for. It's like the ideas are there, all the lyrics and all the ideas, the melodies, they're gorgeous, they're beautiful. I love everything about it. Now, how can we, chop it up and rearrange it and make it to where it's in a form that as many people as possible will be able to, consume it, and actually take it in. That, literally, it's a 3.5 minute song. That's not a long song. It's fine. But 245, 250 over 330 is pretty dramatically more palatable for more people. Yeah, now it's really crafting every element with intention. Facts, 100%. Y'all, give it up one time for Melrose. Melrose, I love what you do. I think you're fantastic. I think you're talented. You're a good writer. You are Prince of Melodies. You know what you're doing. Like your melodies, every single time I've heard a song from you, are just so good. They're easy to listen to. They're frustratingly catchy and sticky. Like they're so good. They're so good. They're really, really well structured. So keep that up, man. Keep chipping away at the melodies because that is your strong suit. You know how to build a catchy as hell melody. So keep doing what you're doing, man. Let's see. Justin and I, we are closed for today. We'll be live again later this weekend, but if y'all are wanting to submit your music, just make sure that y'all are following or subscribed either here on TikTok, Twitch, or YouTube, and we'll be live again in a couple days. In fact, some of the people that we'll save from today, we will throw back up on the board hopefully in a couple days as well if we have the ability to. But let's get into the next one. Beth, hop in the chat. Let me know that you're here. Currently speaking, Beth and Soul Kid are going to be closing us out today, depending on who's here. Let me see. It looks like unless someone else moves forward, Nevernote Duchess, I believe, will be saving y'all's. Maybe Mason. It just depends on who sticks here. But currently speaking, I got time for 2 more, and then I got to get out of here. We're already almost at 4.5 hours, so I got to get out of here in a minute. But I will save y'all's and boost them the next time as well. I got you. Make sure you're tapped in. Make sure you're following, and we'll make sure you're good to go. But let's get into these last 2. This is Beth Anderson, Circles. This is about the madness of a relationship that's ending. The song structure is designed to feel circular. All right, let's get into it. It's at the link in my bio. If you ever want to submit, all of the details are at the link in my bio. All right, let's run it. Beth, give me details. Talk to me about production. Talk to me about mix. Talk to me about the role that you play in the music that you create. Let's get it. I'm excited. Thank you for your patience as well, all of y'all. I appreciate it. Last 2 songs, y'all. Okay. a producer, my brother, trying to crack one song. Hopefully. Okay, nice. Yeah, great voice. Is that your brother in the background on the BGV? Nice. Beautiful. Okay, cool.
I saw the look in your eyes, like someone turned out the lights. Good.
Love those harmonies.
Oh, we held in our hands. I guess this is falling with nowhere to land.
Nice. It's a good mix.
And we're chasing circles.
It's got this early 2000s vibe to it that I like.
Wearing patterns into the ground. Still we're chasing circles.
Absolutely. I got you. Anytime you're able to come in, I got you. I appreciate you so much.
And if practice makes perfect, and I think you're worth it. I dare you to walk away. If I take it all back, would it stop me from aching? Everything now's either broken or breaking. Chasing circles around.
Great song structure, great melodies.
Wearing patterns into the ground.
Let's go, Texas, let's go.
Slipped and fell for you, I fell for you, I fell for you on the way down. And we're chasing circles.
Nice. It's great.
Chasing circles. We're chasing circles around.
Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Y'all show some love, show some love. That is Beth Anderson right here in the chat. Please go follow, go show some love and support. If you do have music, I know this one is released. This one is released. So if you do have music on other music on platforms, y'all please go follow on there, go stream, go like, go add to your playlist, so on and so on. Show them some love and support. Beautifully, beautifully done. Y'all give it up one more time for Beth Anderson right here in the chat. Yeah, this song is out, so definitely go show it some love. Let's run it from the top. Let's dive into some details. Let me know. I mean, this is a really nice mix. It's a really great song structure. You obviously have a great voice, good writing structure. Again, this feels very nostalgic. It's got this like early 2000s pop rock feel. I love it. I love it. You know what I mean? It's got such a little Avril edge in there every once in a while too, without being too rebellious. Like it has a really good feel that I think a lot of people are going to love. And of course, for like period show and stuff like that as well is going to be great. I think it's something like that's going to do really well. Let me know if there's anything in particular you would like me to focus on. This is really, really, really well done. MJ, thanks for tapping in. We're closed for today, but we're going to be live again hopefully later this weekend if I can make it happen through all the work that I'm doing. So definitely make sure y'all are following either on Twitch, YouTube, or TikTok, and we'll get to open up the lines in a couple days. Shout out to Beth. Let's run it from the top. Let's get into it. This is nice. It's really, really well done. Beautiful, beautiful open structure here. Beautiful open. Okay, Pitchable, got you. I got you. If you're looking specifically for general sync placement, TV stuff like that, I can give you some notes there just with the library that I work with, or that I work with through one of the other producers that I work with as well. They bring me in to track vocals. I've talked with them in length for a long periods of time on just like what they look for. So I can talk you through a little bit of that. And there's some things you can do really easily that will help you a lot. So let's get into it. These double-tracked doubles are really nice as well. Welcome in. Thanks for tapping in. I appreciate you being here.
Here we are again, having the same conversation. We're gonna have it till we get it right.
You hear the B section here really quick.
I don't care if you're tired, so am I.
Okay, one of the things, excuse me. I'm going to lose my voice. One of the things I would focus on is your melodic structure for your verses specifically. Quality is not in the question. Vocal ability is not in the question. You can sing. You're doing a great job, right? So you can sing and you know how to write. The thing I would pay attention to is the repetition of your melodies. This is one of the things that makes like real, especially songs like this. Now, if you're looking specifically for sync, a lot of times what you're looking for is uninterruptive music, like just unabrasive music, right? Things that they can settle into the background of a show, and there's nothing too, strangely enough, nothing too interesting happening, right? If this was in the background of a scene is like whether it's like a heartbreak or something like that, right? Like there's a heartbreak happening in the scene, and this is in the background. You wouldn't necessarily want a bunch of like, vocal runs with third harmonies happening and like a big run dun 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 happening on the drums. You don't want all this stuff happening because you actually want it to be very unobstructive to the scene, right? So if you're specifically looking for sync, and it doesn't mean that fixing these things is like all of a sudden people are going to be knocking on your door for sync. It's a kind of a really hard saturated space to be in, unless you can get like really good connections to agents and libraries and just producers that work in that space. Probably one of the best ways for you to get into the sync space is to find a producer that's working in the sync space and start to connect in that way. Someone who knows how to pitch, and is working with some libraries and some labels and stuff like that. But anyways, that aside, these early melodies, I would have less melodic variation and more consistent melodies. So you have these first two beautiful melodies, and I don't mind them. I would go back to that again. So just, whoops, let me back up here. Don't do that. So here, again, production sounds great. Mix is nice. No complaints. That's nice. So here we have
Here we are again, having the same conversation. We're gonna have it.
so even there, like each time we go through 4 measures here, the melody changes, the hold of the note changes, the consistency of the phrasing changes, right? So what I think would be better for something here is whatever, and it resolves a little bit, and then we go back through. And then maybe another small change, but you kind of get what I'm saying. It doesn't have to be exactly that, but you get the idea of it's like really consistent melody. Melody starts the same but resolves. That gives you your change. So it's interesting. It's not robotic, right? It's like an A-B section. So you have melody, small change to resolve, same melody, and then maybe an ending line, right? But you largely get 3 or 4 of the same starting melodies. It's so sticky. It's so unobstructive. It can sit in the background of the scene. I would say the same thing if this was just your pop song, right? So if this was just your song that you're putting out as you are, even if this is not for sync, this is still the same advice I would give, is like better consistency there. Because if the melody is similar kind of, but like changes a bit and like on the you da 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 da, but then the next time you go da 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 da, it holds a little bit, just as like someone learning that melody, relating to it, trying to like remember it and like find the patterns of it and stuff like that. It's harder to do because actually, and then the third time it goes a little bit different again. You go higher and then it comes back down to a different melody. Since it morphs and changes a little bit each time, it's just harder to grab onto. So what I would focus on is, even if you kept the exact same lyrics, largely speaking, you might need to rephrase a few things if you needed to, but more consistent melody. Small changes, but more consistent, like starting melodies to your verse, I think would help a lot. And then as far as like the song structure goes, that's one of the few things, right? Better consistency on the melody is important, but the thing I want to talk the most about, I want to get into the hook first. And then it's really the only other detail because your vocals are awesome. Your layers are beautiful. The production is fantastic. You know, it's really well done. It's super, super vibrant.
I don't care if you're tired, so am I, so am I. We're gonna work this out tonight, 'cause we're chasing circles around. Yeah, we're chasing circles around and around again.
Okay, so there's some things that we've done really well here, and then some things I would edit. So based on, again, I'm not the king of sync or anything like that, right? I'm not someone with 1,000 placements and all this stuff, but just based on what I've worked in, the projects that I have worked on for sync libraries, and the producer that I work with that I know in that space who's very well connected, placements with, ESPN and Fox Sports and a bunch of like major like MLB and like sports and a bunch of other rock and like pop rock genres and stuff like that. Based on the many, many conversations I've had with him, one of the most overlooked, but also one of the most important aspects of the palatability of a song for sync and its execution in sync is what are called edit points. And that basically means like full stop points in a song in order to transition. So if a song is too like blended all together, like everything is connected and is always moving in the same direction, it's really, really challenging to edit for a show, or like edit for a movie or something like that. That makes it pretty difficult to do. So what a lot of these companies like, what a lot of these libraries like, is for there to be edit points in a song where the song dies for a second and then a new part starts. Now, you can do that tastefully. You got to do it tastefully. It doesn't mean every song has to have this exactly, but it is more likely to be able to easily get placed just because it makes it so that they can like have like a really low moment of a song. Like, let's say the song is in the background of Love is Blind on Netflix or something like that, right? And they actually don't want any of the verses, right? Again, this is a random sync placement. They need your song for 12 seconds, and there's going to be like 34 songs in an episode. You know what I mean? And each one is playing for 12 seconds on a little transition where it's drone footage of Atlanta or something. You know what I mean? It's very specific little pockets that these songs get placed in, right? It's always these little, it's in the background of a scene where they're in the kitchen. Like, it's random little things, and it's usually a couple seconds that it's there. Maybe 20, 30 seconds max sometimes. Anyways, they don't always want the verses. They don't always want like this bridge and this transition and the interesting thing you did vocally, right? They'll get the multi-track or they'll get the stems from you or the producer, and they'll probably like edit out vocals on a certain part and then jump into the vocals on the hook. So as soon as the scene ends and it goes to the drone footage or like the B-roll, the song kicks in, right? If you have edit points, it makes it way easier to do that. It might be just them talking, again, placing yourself if you're the one creating the show, put yourself in their shoes, kind of. It might just be people talking, they're having dialogue, they're going back and forth, they're arguing, who knows, right? It depends on the show, but something's happening, and then all of a sudden, music starts on the transition. If there's a whole song happening in the midst of that, it's harder to do that because there's like a lead vocal line that's like blending in, and then they have to cut it to go to the next thing, and that can be kind of rough. But if the song just goes, doo, boom, right? Almost like Whitney Houston style, where it's just, God, everything just stops completely, and then the next part of the song starts. It's way easier to edit. They're way more likely to dive in. So here's a quick moment here, right?
In circles around and around again.
So like what I would probably do here is, around again, and then like, whatever, go into, from there, the dun, dun, But like, having the around again, and it's just like you let it tail, you crossfade it, boom, you still do the same lyrics, but since we blend and again, it's harder to do the cut right there, because if you were to start that hook at the end of a scene, it'd be hard to like chop the word because we blend the lines. It's the small details like that that are going to make it more likely easier to tuck into a song, especially when they have access to millions of songs, right? What's going to make that one fit, be the easiest to execute in there, right? Hey, thank you so much, Mason. I got you, man. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for tapping in. Literally, let me know the next time you're in. Submit for free and I'll push you up, man. I got you. Okay. So real quick. Those little edit points to me. Chop right there, end phrase, start phrase. It's going to be a tiny detail that just makes it more likely that you get movement. I was on the hub and I clicked on a link and now I'm here. Wait, what hub? What are you referencing? I want to make sure I know I'm glad you're here, but I want to make sure I know what you're talking about. Welcome in.
I like someone night to all we held in our hands.
I mean, there's great harmonies. Again, the rest of this is awesome.
This is falling with nowhere.
Build up. Come. Picking up what I'm putting down. Same things, like build it up like crazy, and instead of swelling straight into dun 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 boom, and then the next part hits right there. Every major moment of the song, if you're pitching for Sync specifically. If this is just your song and you want to put it out and you hope it gets picked up, that's also completely valid, right? If you don't want to have all these transition points and edit points, you don't have to do that, right? You can make normal songs for normal people, and it can still get picked up somehow because it's a good song and it fits a certain genre and whatever. So I don't want you to hyper focus on this, but it's something to keep in mind. If you are, so like when I'm working with the producer that I work with, and we're pitching for, largely it's like sports and stuff like that. So we're pitching for MLB, ESPN, and stuff like that. We're doing rock records. When we're doing that, we're getting prompts from the label. So like the library is like, we need an album of victorious cinematic classic rock records. We need to say these 5 phrases. We need these things in there, right? They're giving us kind of a prompt to follow. And so when we're producing it, we are producing for Sync, like specifically, like we are making an album of 12 songs with a couple different vocalists and producers and stuff like that is pitched directly to the library and then released to platforms and so on and so on. That being the case, we're not really making these songs for other people. We really make them for it. So you just have to decide, like, do I still want this, like, to have its own legs as its own song, as these other songs can have, or am I trying to make, just like in the same way that like someone is getting paid $7,500 a song to be in the background of Love is Blind, those songs aren't like songs more often than not that people are like streaming a lot of. They might, some of them are decent, but a lot of them are like cheesy and they don't really like make sense outside of the show, because like you'll hear a lyric that has something exactly to do with like what they just said. Sometimes they're like, I'm done. And then like the lyric comes in, I'm done forever. You know what I mean? It's like, it's weird. You know what I mean? Like it's because they're prompted, but not AI prompted. I mean, like they're saying, hey, we need a song that's about being like done and completely fed up with something. And we needed to have these lyrics and do these things, right? And they will give you some of those prompts. And so that song is like not going to make a whole lot of sense and like be super palatable. Like the average audience isn't like just loving these kind of generic weird sync songs. You know what I mean? Like commercial songs is kind of weird. Like in the same way, like the song in the background of a Target commercial, no one's like, dude, fire song talking about staying in your lane or something. You know, it's like, that's not really the way most of that works. So you can kind of decide, do rock too. I go with you saying here, might be a new, exactly. So what I would do is like, if you want to get into the sync space, again, easier said than done. Takes a lot of connection and stuff like that too, and just consistency. A library wants to see that you can execute at scale. So if you have like one song out, 2 songs here and there, it's less likely that you will have that you'll get movement for it, because they need to be like, hey, we need 80 songs. We need albums a year. We need you to be able to execute at scale if you want to get a lot of darts on the board. And a lot of this is about darts on the board. It's like if you got 100 songs, you're much more likely to get anything going on, right? The reason why someone even looked my direction for sync stuff was because I had 50 songs out. I had 50 songs out and hundreds of productions that I had made, and they knew I had my studio. They're like, hey, yeah, I need vocals. I need sync stuff. You have vocal stuff. You have sync stuff. Like, you can make it happen, right? Yeah, 15 songs minimum. Yeah. So one of my other recommendations would be, yes, edit points, simpler melodic structure. Again, these are not supposed to be like super high, like high impression, right? It's a different world, right? So you don't necessarily want to be super impressive. You want to be palatable. you are there to quite literally be in the background. So that's what I would keep in mind. You're not necessarily looking for the highest note, the greatest vocal run, the guitar solo at the end. You're looking for palatability, simplicity, edit points, and something that is going to make sense for, the space that you want to be in. So that's something to keep in mind. So that is, and it's usually the same song that gets things. Yeah, that's true. That's true. And so I would maybe, Beth, focus on like your personal music, that your personal music is out there. If people find you through a show, they find you through a placement, they find, you end up making it to, a movie or something like that. And then people go and find you like, oh, they have an amazing catalog of stuff that is actually much better than what we heard in the credits of this, this show or this film festival or whatever. There's a lot more there that I think is actually even better than what we heard. So you can still pursue that and be more impressive over here on something dedicated for sync. Simpler and more palatable is better. Nothing too impressive, because then it cuts into the moment that they're trying to underline music with. Just a couple little notes there to keep in mind. I'm going to get the outro of the song here, but yeah, the production is great. The song is great. Your voice is awesome. Who you're working with is awesome too. I mean, I'm very impressed with the song that's in front of me. So nothing that I'm hearing here is like wrong. You know what I mean? Have a title like, exactly. Palatable. And that's why people sometimes, people kind of make fun of sync songs sometimes. And so you have to kind of let that go too. Cause like most sync songs are like simple and cheesy and generic. That's kind of the point. They're like generic music with like like lyrics that are like basic. They're very basic songs because they're supposed to be background, right? So keep that in mind. If you want to make a sync project, like you said, you're in the rock, you do rock, you do pop, you do stuff like that. Create albums for that are like simple and cheesy and, repetitive and unimpressive, but well done, like well structured, well curated, unimpressive music. And exactly like Tep said, it might not be as like creatively fulfilling for you. Like I love being like super creative and whatever, it's cringy, but like if you can create super basic, super like annoyingly basic and cheesy, you will probably get paid a lot more for it. Made a career literally, Tepno has been paid, no lie, Tepno has been paid millions of dollars. He has hundreds of millions of streams. And I don't mean this as a knock, because he's admitting it, making unimpressive music. Just chill, vibey, background, easy to listen to music, right? You get good placements that way. You're going to get satellite that way, so on and so on. 2.5 million so far on basic stuff. And that's quite literally what it is. You're not trying to impress anyone. You're not trying to hit the high note. You're not trying to interrupt anything. You are making the most palatable music possible. Taxes and food, baby. Taxes and food. Tepno is where I can tell you right now, I went to your studio, taxes and food. That's where it all goes. Everything that I make goes back to taxes and food, baby, and housing and synths. I got too many synths. All right, y'all, man, show some love. Yeah, and maybe the Juno, sue me. And maybe a new tube mic, sue me. So it's like, I don't know where it went, sitting in front of a $4,000 mic. But yeah, I got killed with that. Yes, dude, I hate taxes with a passion. But y'all show some love. Save money for taxes, y'all. Taxes are stupid. I love what y'all are doing. Beth Anderson, this is amazing. Again, the quality is there. The quality, brutal, man. Beth Anderson, the quality is there, man. You and the people that you're working with are very, very talented. I have no doubt that you're going to be able to get some good movement for what you're doing, regardless of sync placements. I feel like you have the talent to really get some really solid legs underneath your music. So I'm absolutely loving what y'all are doing. Y'all, please show some love. Found the beat on YouTube. Hope it's not. Hey, hi. I really like the foundation name tips. Let's get into it. We'll find out. I will let you know. I've got a keen ear for aliasing. So let's dive into it. We got Soul Kid JT. This is Etiquette. Let's dive in. Final song of the day. We're gonna be live again later this weekend. Hopefully, I'm gonna be spending a lot of time in the studio this week and weekend trying to figure some things out. I'm redoing my whole setup in here, so it's gonna be chaos. I probably won't be live too much, but I'm gonna do my best. No matter when y'all come back in, I'll make sure I boost you and hang on to it. Demo not fully mixed. All right, let's get into it, man. Let's dive in. So I think you said, yeah, YouTube beat and then your vocals and you're handling the mix, I'm assuming. All right, let's get into it.
He was real cute, blue eyes, curly hair with an attitude. We be playing smash bros, then we smash slow. So what's the harm in me and getting comfortable? Laid up on the asphalt, big birds lights up on the dashboard. Flipping cause it's all we got is revenue.
When he got a bag, he knew what to do. No, I won't get my hopes up, it won't last long. Cause yeah, you fucked up and asked me what's wrong. Nigga, get a clue.
I like the 7. Rhodes is nice. We have a joke here that every song needs Rhodes. I love Rhodes. Good news, the production is not AI, so you can rest easy at night.
Why do you make it so hard? Then try to cover it up with gold yard. And you're always taking it too damn far. But somehow I always end up back in your car. Cause fuck all the bare feet and the sand shit.
Yeah, it's hit or miss, man. It's hit or miss.
But you're worth more than a one night stand. So I love you long time. I turn into a stand. Don't lie on my dick, you gotta die for it. Someone call him Oscar, better cry for it. Choreography, no style on it. Look me in my eyes, mesmerized by it. Just keep it right there. I don't care. Expose my body while you say keep.
What's up, Brizzy? Welcome in. Yeah, it's got that like 808 and heartbreaks, like early Kanye feel. Sad, you know, distorted vocal, heavy 808s, light production. Not exactly, but a close feel.
It's hard to keep my cool when other bitches trying to get with my boo, and when other chickens trying to get in my coat, cause you're one in a million. There ain't a man like you.
Brizzy, we're closed. We're closed for today. We're going to be live again, hopefully later. If I have the capacity to, hopefully we'll be live again later this weekend. And we'll open up the lines. We'll take on a brand new set of people. We'll bring in some people from today, boost them forward, give them an extra 5 or 10 on the board, get them some help up there, and then we'll open up the lines again. But we're closed for today. This is our last one. Let's go, Soul Kid. Y'all show some love. That is Etiquette by Soul Kid JT. Keep in mind it's unmixed, like they said. It's unmixed. This is still an early demo, so this is not completely finalized. But man, show them some love and support. Show them some love and support. The aesthetic of this I don't mind, right? So like the idea of kind of heavy 808, light percussion, easy Rhodes in the middle, and then a distorted vocal with the autotune. Like that aesthetic is very established, right? Like I don't mind that one bit. I really want to get into like more consistent phrasing of your vocal, more consistent melodies. I think Tep mentioned this earlier, would love like some manual tuning of the vocal so that your melodies don't bounce around too much, but they're more controlled, they're more distinct, they're more, they're more on the nose. I do feel like, man, why does TikTok keep giving me puzzles, man? They keep giving me puzzles. Like I'm not sitting right here talking on the screen. It's like inactivity. And it's like, dude, I'm right here. Needs auto-tune and stuff. The whole thing's auto-tune. But I think Melodyne. It needs the manual correction to tighten up those melodies a little bit more. So let's run it from the top. Let's dive into a couple quick details, and then we'll close it up here. We'll get out of here. Super simple production. I don't mind it. Super simple.
So what's the harmony in getting comfortable? Laid up on the asphalt, big birds lights up on the dashboard.
So like even these dun 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 dun. Like I want to get those melodies a little bit. You hear it move between notes a couple times. The autotune, kind of tries to pull it back into place a little bit. So your layers that are stacking those, they move at slightly different pacing, right? So like one dips down to this note and one holds it. So these two notes happen at the same time. That gives you this tension. It just feels less polished, right? As opposed to the high octave, the falsetto that you have. Great falsetto, by the way. The high falsetto that you have and the low octave that's dipping down below it. Those are consistent and they're tied together and they move at the same pace, right? So if you can get that like clean and sharp, and this is where manual tuning, not just manual tuning, but intentional, where like you know exactly the melody that you want to hear and you make sure that it's there, as opposed to just letting auto-tune do it. And you just let Melodyne, you just select all, pitch into place, you know what I mean? Like you actually say like, no, I want this on the C sharp, the B, and the G sharp. Like I want it to be right here, and you make sure each melody follows it. You go to your octave and you make sure the octave follows it. If you can get those melodies da 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 and like super clean and super sharp between each of those, it's gonna feel so much more consistent. Blade Money, welcome and good to see you. Thanks for tapping in. All right, let's get a little deeper in this real quick.
Flipping 'cause it's how we got his revenue. And when he got a bag, he knew what to do. No, I won't get my hopes
Right now, you're also relying on the chorusing to give you the width right here. So this kind of like doubler and the chorus right here that's outside. Personally speaking, you don't have to agree with this, and you have no, there's no necessity to change it. This is obviously just my perspective on hearing what I hear here. This is such a simple production, right? It's just boom, boom, right? It's like a snap and an 808 and a Rhodes in the middle. There's like barely anything happening in this production. I would love to hear like a more powerful, prominent lead vocal, but right now, because we're relying on your main vocal, just kind of split and widened in mono. If we were hearing, dun, 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 yeah. Dun, 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 dun. And the vocal was just like forward. It was like right in line. Think of like, do you know Black? Six Lack? If you know Black, think of like how his vocals are processed, where he does some of what you're wanting to do. Love him. He does some of what you're wanting to do, but relies on a clean, forward, saturated, sometimes chorused, but saturated, well compressed, chill lead vocal right in the middle of the mix. So middle vocal is strong, it's forward, it's really, really tight, well structured. And then surrounding that oftentimes will be those chorused, wide, distorted vocals with like a bunch of reverb and stuff on it. So you'll hear like, especially in like the East Atlanta Love Letter album and stuff like that, especially those early ones, but a lot of the later stuff too. But you'll see it's a strong lead vocal, but it's supported by layers. Yeah, layers. Supported by layers and ad-libs, and those have the chorus and the reverb. So the lead oftentimes is pretty dry. Like it's pretty like punchy. Like let me pull something up real quick, just because sometimes this is helpful to reference. So let me see really quick. I love his music. He's one of my favorite like hip hop R&B artists. And the Free Black album is great. East Atlanta Love Letter still where it's at though. It really is. So let's see like Loaded Gun. Let me see. TL, thank you for the follow. I love this song, man. I love this song. He still doesn't get the recognition he deserves. So front.
I got women calling my phone like I owe them something.
Lead is like clean and clear, surrounded by all of the other stuff. It's like surrounded by like these reverbs and delays and stuff like that. Let me see. There's another song I'm looking for real quick.
I know after all this here, I spent so much time trying to find a signal, but
delays are way back there.
No good. A nigga need to roll. I ain't trying to make you yield. Know why you want
pan delays in the background. Those delays that are they're ping pong delays in the background. Those have the chorusing.
Kick me out in my natural element.
There's the chorus on the secondary vocal, but that's back in the mix, 6 dB. So the lead is like really clean. It's really punchy. So again, I'm in this pocket right here. I think it is, or it might be an 87. I'm trying to think. I feel like I've seen videos of him recording some of it. It might be an 87, but I think it's pretty typical. I think it's 87, 1073, CL1B. I think it's like a pretty typical chain. But I want to say it's an 87. Anyways, that doesn't matter. But either way, like I don't want to go back. I'm like chop through every song to try to find the perfect example. We get the idea. That lead vocal is right in the middle of the mix. It's saturated well. It's clean. It's bright. It's crunchy. A lot of that stuff. But then the background, you get these ping pong delays and this chorusing and this reverb. But it's not the main vocal is the chorused reverb side. You know what I mean? Like the main vocal is like right in the middle of the mix, and it sounds nice and punchy, nice and sharp. I think that will help re-clarify your song and not feel like the whole song is kind of floating out here, but your vocal feels a little stronger. Like if this right in the middle is nice and sharp. Also, in comparison to your lead vocals, this beat can come up quite a bit too. Like like this beat, the whole beat could probably be saturated a good amount. It's so simple. It could be saturated, could crunch up a little bit, and then you might even be able to turn it up by like 2 or 3 dB and just give it a little bit more weight, just because right now it's pretty far back.
Tweedle D or Tweedledum. Chew it up, spit it down like it's some gum.
Yeah, shoot me a shoot me a message on Instagram. It depends on the scope of the project and what we're working on. It depends on if I'm just like mastering for you, or if we're like building a mix from scratch, I'm producing for you, I'm doing session work. I have a lot of different things that I work on, right? So the main would be full productions, right? So full production package is just, top to bottom. I produce out the whole song, do all of the instrumentation and so on and so on. And then I'll send you the multi-track and you send that to your engineer. And then of course I do the engineering side as well. So mixing and mastering, so on and so on. And then I do a lot of, the other side would be a lot of session work. It's one of the main things that I do is session work. So people hire me to play instruments. So they hire me to play, analog synths. They hire me to play, keys, live drums, electric, acoustic, bass guitars. They hire me for vocals, stuff like that. So it just depends on what you're looking for. If you're just looking for production, you just like, actually, I just really want some cool synths or some cool piano in the background. I want live drums on a record or whatever. But yeah, shoot me a message on Instagram. It's probably the best way to reach me. I'll try to get to my requests because that's where I forget that those exist sometimes. And then I'm like, oh, I haven't reached out to this person in 3 weeks because I never saw it. So I'll do my best to get to those as well. The ADHD doesn't help. But anyways, yeah, shoot me a message. Yeah, shoot me a message. We'll look at the scope. First and foremost, I want to make sure that like stylistically and stuff, I have the tools to be able to work out your vision and that we're on the same page and that, everything makes sense. The record to me matters more than anything. And then of course we can look at your timeline, your budget, and then what I can do. Cause like sometimes people will come in and be like, dude, I've got $1,200 to work on a song and I can easily kind of fit in. Like, here's the different elements that we can fit within that budget. And then some people are like, dude, I got $100. And I can be like, okay, let's see what I do have the capacity to execute for you and then give you tools to send it to someone who can polish it, where it's like, okay, I might not be able to like produce, mix, and master a song for $100, but maybe I can like track this like really, really good, synth bass line that will fill out most of what you want to do. And then I'll have you just add your own drums or whatever, you know what I mean? So I want to make sure that it, that you're getting as much value out of it as possible as well. Okay, let's get a little deeper in here as well.
And you're always taking it too damn far, but somehow I always end up back in your car. Cause fuck all the bare feet and the sand shit. Cause I'm not really looking for a nigga or a man, but you're worth more than a one night stand. So I love you long time, I turn into a stand. Don't lie on my dick, you gotta die for it.
Like all these dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. I want to hear those melodies cleaner. The auto-tune is catching everything, so the auto-tune is forcing it into melody, but the consistency of like, should we hit the higher note that's being auto-tuned? Should we hit the lower one? That's I want to feel like that melody. I know exactly what to sing. You know what I mean? I want to feel like when people are hearing your song and they're liking your style and they're liking the aesthetic, I want them to be able to be like, I know exactly, as soon as I hear the song for the first or second time, I know exactly what to sing. I know what I'm hearing and I know what I should start singing with you. If the melody's kind of moving between those notes, da 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 da, it's gonna be a lot harder for people to grab onto it. But if it's da 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 dun 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 and it's like really tight and it's really consistent, people are going to be able to latch onto that so much more. It was pretty pitchy on purpose before auto-tune. Yeah, so if it is like that, that's where then you can take the looseness of your melody and Melodyne will just notch it into place to where Melodyne isn't messing it up too much. Because Melodyne's going to take whatever performance you have, it's going to take whatever that performance is and force it into place. You know what I mean? It's going to be like, it's going to start placing those puzzle pieces without your permission. So I was like, if you can lock it in, maybe you sing it a little bit looser or whatever, but then you kind of polish it up a little bit in Melodyne, and then auto-tune will catch it a little bit more consistently.
You better be celibate, cause it's hard to keep my cool when other bitches trying to get with my boo. And
every once in a while too, one of the last things I think I'll say from the vocal performance side of things, and again, you have some good consistent lyric structure, some good melodies and stuff in there too, but one of the things I'd pay attention to is also your pacing. Be really intentional with the way that you write, your phrasing. Pay attention to like your syllable counts and stuff. You don't have to be too surgical about this, but it is something I would pay attention to. There's sometimes where you like rush some lyrics and then we have to like hold a note and then we come in a little bit later with another one. The more consistently you get this flow and this movement and this pocket for your vocal, the more enticing it's going to be to listen to as well. So one of the things that I would look at is there's a good chunk of these vocals that are in front of the pocket. So you're coming in a little bit early, right? Da 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 da, and it's a couple milliseconds, 10, 20 milliseconds in front of the pocket. When that happens, it makes the song feel more energetic. It makes it feel more anxious. It has a more anxious, sped, energy to it, and so this song is like super chill. I mean, there's like 3 instruments in the whole production. Super chill. It's super simple. It's got a little bit of swing to it. The Rhodes is just outside of the pocket the other direction. So if all of this is like super, it's all just like. right? It's all like chill and mellow and easy. And the vocal comes in anxious, it comes in fast, you lose that pocket again. So what I would make sure is that when you're recording your vocals and or if you're compensating for latency or anything like that, that we move that vocal back into the pocket or even outside of the pocket the other direction. If the song is like chill and mellow, you can give it a little bit of swing. You can actually make it slower than the song just a hair, just by a couple milliseconds, and it'll actually make it feel more vibey, more moody. It'll be a little bit easier, a little bit more palatable. It won't feel rushed. It won't feel anxious or sped up or anything like that. You can actually be, you can be out of that pocket a little bit. It's like a little slower. Sometimes I'm late in saying something, but it actually fits like the vibe and the texture of the song better than if I'm like rushing it and I'm too energetic, I'm too hype or whatever it may be. Whatever the reason is, whether it's just actually the vocal performance itself or compensating for latency. So sometimes you'll hear a little bit of latency in the headphones. And so your mind compensates for that and you start singing faster. And then you just have to go in, grab all of your vocals in the DAW and like move it back by a couple milliseconds and you're back in line again. You might be able to do some of that, but just pay attention to that. Pay attention to when you're tracking, when you're writing, when you're phrasing things, as well as just on the mixing side. You can just bump some of those vocals back a little bit and it'll kind of rebalance it again. But man, y'all show some love, man. Show some love to J10. I like your vibe. I like the aesthetic. It's smooth. It's easy. And so my goal with something like this is just making sure that everything that you do points in that direction. If you want smooth and easy and chill and like well executed and pretty regimented on the vocal and everything's like really calm and really, really connected, then just making sure that the mix points in that direction, your performance points in that direction, the lyrics and your phrasing points in that direction, so it feels really, really open and easy. Yeah, I got you. On the outro here, let's see.
Other bitches tryna get with my boo, and one of the chickens tryna get in my coat, 'cause you're one in a million. There ain't a man like you. I want me off with you. I know you want me to. You can forget you good. I know she's not that good. I am the one for you.
Same thing. I mean, I would just. Are those vocals in the background on the beat, or is that you?
I know she's not that good.
Is that you, or is that in the beat? That's you. Okay. So what I would do is on this outro right here over the chord, I would have those wide. So keep those. Double track to left and right. What's up, Cole Graves? Good to see you, man. I would get those out of the way because right now everything's kind of shrunk back down to mono again, right? So we're losing the life. We're losing kind of the vibrancy of the mix right here. So double track your background vocals, track one on the left, track one on the right, pan them out 80 to 90%. Get those oohs and ahs, get those, pedal tones, get those wide in the mix. And then on your lead vocal, same thing we were talking about before, better saturation, a little bit more presence behind the vocal, better pitch control, all that stuff, right? Get that, vibrant and punchy and forward in the mix. And then all of a sudden you've got these beautiful chords underneath it, right? And you're following that melody underneath with the Rhodes. You have really wide, shimmery background vocals where you're getting those oohs and ahs and a strong lead vocal. So you finish the song more confident. You finish the song with like a little bit more like presence and a little bit more like control over the song. It doesn't feel like any accidents are happening. Backman, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. But little things like that, right? And you can offset those background vocals. And then finish strong, finish really, really tight there. Yeah, it's just supporting it better, right? It's just, supporting it better. It feels a little bit sharper. It feels a little bit more connected. It feels a little bit more intentional. It's in line. Like everything that you're doing vocally, it can be creative and it can be loose. But once you decide on the creativity and the looseness that you want, you execute with intention. You execute the best possible quality of a vocal take you can get. Good pitch control, a great vocal run. If the vocal run didn't work, don't rely on auto-tune to fix it. Record it again. Do it 20 times. Comp in that vocal. Crossfade it back. Get everything connected. Get it cohesive, right? Like spend some time and some energy to get each of those takes exactly where you want to, so nothing feels disconnected. Nothing feels unintentional. It feels like I had an idea for the song, I executed it at the absolute best quality I could, and then balanced that and connected it in the mix. If anything feels like uncertain or kind of shaky or like maybe I should put this vocal in here, but it's like too far back in the mix because you didn't commit to it. Those inconsistencies are going to disconnect people from the emotion of the song. And you want people, of course, you want people to be connected to the record. You want them to be, experiencing an intentional and emotional performance from your lead vocal, as opposed to it kind of being held back just because it wasn't committed to. That's where I would lean in a little bit more as well. You're the guy Sure. Jason, thank you for the follow, man. I appreciate you. I appreciate you a lot. You're the guy I search because I make music, but I need professional opinion. Yeah, I got you, Lenny. I got you. We're closing it up right now. Luca, I see you too. Thank you so much for tapping in. That was our last song. You're just on time. Echo, I appreciate you, man. Good to see you in here. I appreciate you liking the live. That was our final song of the evening, y'all. I'm going to be working through this. I'm redoing a bunch of stuff in the studio, so I might even go live while I redo some stuff in the studio, but it's going to be chaos in here, so I don't know if I'll do that. I'm rewiring and rerouting everything, getting all the new gear in here, at least most of the new gear in here. I'm still waiting on a console, but I gotta get a bunch of stuff out of here and a bunch of stuff in. So it's gonna be crazy. So I don't know how much I'll be doing this weekend. I don't know if I'll probably stream in maybe a few days, but I gotta focus. My brain will not allow me to do too many different things. So I gotta focus. I gotta stay ready to go. So anyways, okay, sounds good, dude. Sounds good. Yeah, I got you, man. Any of y'all that I saved, of course, in this case, Mason, Duchess, and Nevernote. Of course, next time you come in, just let me know that you're here and I'll boost you. I'll get you pushed forward, and make sure y'all get heard a little bit sooner. So I appreciate y'all so much. Thank y'all for the love and the support. It means so much to me. Hopefully we'll see you in a couple days. Don't forget to not like, you can. Don't forget to subscribe and follow where it makes sense. We're on Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok, so definitely make sure that y'all are tapped in. If you want to join the notification group on Instagram, just shoot me a message over there and let me know that that's what you're looking for. And hopefully we'll see y'all very, very soon. Love and appreciate y'all. Hopefully we'll see y'all soon. Peace.